Chapter 274. In Li Shimon's Palace. It was rare for Li Shimon to have a good sleep. After yesterday's morning court, he was in a good mood. He drank a jar of Zhang Feng's wine with Yuan Tiangang and left after Yuan Tiangang repeatedly praised it. This made Li Shimon's mood particularly comfortable. Even someone as strong as Yuan Tiangang didn't expect that he could use the Chang'an and 8 rivers to solve this crisis. How could Yuan Tiangang be amazed? Li Shimon, who was in a good mood, fell asleep after a tender moment with Empress Chang'an. This was the first good sleep he had since he knew that Guan Long was going to stir up trouble. However, as soon as he woke up from such a good sleep, he received a piece of disturbing bad news. Seeing that Li Shimon had woken up, Xiao Gizi helped him dress and eat. Then he said, "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Wei and Lord Zhangsun have been waiting outside the palace for a long time." Hearing this, Li Shimon didn't take it seriously and waved his hand. "Send them in and have a drink with me." A moment later, as soon as Wei Zheng and Zhangsun Wuji entered the door, they knelt in front of Li Shimon with a plop. Li Shimon, who was in a good mood, knew that something had happened when they knelt. How could he be in the mood to eat at this time? Throwing away his chopsticks and dismissing all the palace maids and eunuchs, Li Shimon asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" If nothing had happened, would they be like this? That would be like encountering a ghost. Wei Zheng and Zhangsun Wuji looked at each other. Zhangsun Wuji said, "Your Majesty, something has happened. The water of the Chang'an and 8 rivers can indeed carry ships, but I don't know what happened to the ships. I don't know if the water is too shallow or something else, but most of the ships are in trouble." "What happened?" "They sank." "How could it be? Didn't you say that they had been tested by the Navy? How could something have happened?" Li Shimon was angry. This was the last thing he wanted to hear. But at this time, something really happened. How could he not be worried? "Your Majesty, we've asked the Navy soldiers. They mentioned something about load capacity, water draft, and so on. I don't understand either, but the general idea is that the riverbed of the 8 rivers is full of stones. Large ships can't enter, and most of the small cargo ships would be pierced by the stones at the bottom of the river before they could even leave Chang'an's boundary." "What, this, how is this possible? Then have the merchants' goods been saved?" "The goods are fine, but the joy they had just built was shattered once again. Some people even fainted on the spot. The 2 of them didn't dare to imagine what they were seeing." If His Majesty knew, then, but how could Li Shimon not imagine such a scene? Although they only concealed the worst part, how could he not know how miserable it was to hear such things from their mouths? "Then, is there a way to solve this problem?" "Yes." Wei Zheng continued, "I personally went to find Zhang Liang. He said that if we want to sail, we have to clear the dark stones in the entire river, or change to a light boat. But, it's obvious that clearing the riverbed from here to the Yellow River is impossible. It's impossible to change to a light boat. Although a light boat is good, the cargo capacity is too small, and there aren't that many ships near Chang'an. Shallow water. Dark stones. If they knew the importance of the 8 rivers earlier, this wouldn't have happened." They saw a glimmer of hope. But now, their hope was shattered again due to their negligence. How could Li Shimon not be worried? "Is there any other way?" Li Shimon rubbed his forehead and asked. This time, the 2 of them were silent. Li Shimon once again felt the world spinning around him. Is there no other way? Then, does God want to destroy the Tang dynasty? Li Shimon's anger couldn't help but surge again when he thought of the faces of the Guanlong group. Li Shimon didn't hide the matter this time, so everyone in Chang'an city knew that all the goods were out of Chang'an through the waterway. The goods were out. But they were stranded outside Chang'an city. What's the use of that? In less than half a day, this matter would spread all over Chang'an city. By then, it wouldn't be a panic. In Li Shimon's mind, as long as there was a ship that could be recorded in the books, he went through them one by one. However, there wasn't a single ship that could be used. Or it could be said that it was too late. What should I do? Is there no one in the Tang dynasty who can solve the current situation? Is there no other genius in Chang'an city except for Brother Zhang Feng? Li Shimin was really anxious. Your Majesty. We found the most experienced boatman in Chang'an city, but they can't do anything. I think that perhaps only Brother Zhang Feng can solve this matter. Li Shimin was silent. Brother Zhang Feng. He slowly sold his guilt to Zhang Feng. Everything needs to be solved by Zhang Feng. Is there really no one in my court? In the end, Li Shimin thought about it, but there was really no one who could be useful. Sigh. Let's go and find Brother Zhang Feng. Chapter 275. In the tavern. Zhang Feng was once again like a dead fish, lying on the table and sleeping soundly. On the ground next to him, several lobsters jumped out of the wooden basin and jumped on the ground, but he didn't notice. And at this moment, 3 black shadows suddenly blocked the glaring sunlight at the entrance of the tavern. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at the 3 black shadows at the entrance, Zhang Feng scratched his head and said, "The tavern is closed today. Brother Zhang Feng, why don't you receive me when I'm here?" The familiar voice woke up Zhang Feng, who was about to go back to sleep. Yo! Laoli. Have you finished your business? I just heard that the goods in Chang'an city have all gone out through the river. Come, sit. I'm going to wash my face and wake up. Zhang Feng got up and went to the backyard to wash his face with cold water. Only then did he go to the front hall refreshed. Li Shimin admired the new furniture and clicked his tongue in wonder. Brother Zhang Feng, why did you remember to change the furniture? These things are worth a lot. Yes. These are all changed by your precious son. Zhang Feng spread his hands and pointed at the lobsters on the floor. He asked, "Do you want to eat this thing or not? I'll get you a spicy crayfish." "Whatever you say." Zhang Feng smiled. Then he went into the kitchen. How could he not see the worry on Li Shimin's face? What's going on? The ship had already left Chang'an. What else could go wrong? Could it be that they were blocked by the Guanlong group? That was also impossible. Guanlong also knew the importance of the matter. If they started a war with the Li dynasty, the ones who would benefit would either be the 5 families and 7 nobles, or the Tubo and Turkic barbarians. They wouldn't be so stupid. However, what exactly had gone wrong with the current situation? Zhang Feng didn't understand. She hurriedly prepared the crayfish and carried the basin out of the kitchen. That enticing aroma still made Li Shimin and the other 2 look at the bright red crayfish in the basin in surprise. This scene made Zhang Feng even more certain that Li Shimin was in real trouble this time. Zhang Feng didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Tell me, what trouble did you encounter this time?" Don't say that His Majesty declared war on Guanlong. As long as one isn't an idiot, no one will believe it. This, Li Shimin's face stiffened. Wei Zheng and Zhangsun Wuji's faces twitched as well. They stole a glance at Li Shimin. Li Shimin rubbed his hands and chuckled. He grabbed a lobster and started chewing without even peeling it. Well, there's indeed a problem this time, but it's not about the war with Guanlong. It's about the ship. The river has been cleared, but there's a problem with the ship. I don't know if it's because the ship can't bear the weight of the supplies or something else, but the bottom of the ship was pierced by the dark stones in the river after leaving Chang'an city. That's it? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin in surprise. He was very suspicious. Was the 5-tooth warship, such an awesome ship, bragging or something else? If that thing could be built, how could this thing be a problem? Li Shimin almost felt sweet in his heart. He was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. That's it? Do you King know that this is making people worried to death? What else do you want? Wei Zheng and Zhangsun Wuji also twitched the corners of their mouths. Brother Zhang Feng was indeed awesome. How could he insult him in front of this master? Is this really okay? Don't you think about it? When you find out the emperor's identity, How will UF** King survive? They really wanted to see the scene when Zhang Feng found out everyone's identity. How exciting would that be? They didn't know if it was because they were familiar with Zhang Feng or something else, but now Li Shimin and the others were looking at Zhang Feng more and more and wanted to beat him up more and more. This guy was really too despicable. Every time something happened, he didn't talk about it properly. It was as if he hadn't spoken at all. He just had to show off. This was unbearable. Zhang Feng saw the strange expressions on the three people's faces. He touched his nose and coughed dryly. This matter can basically be solved. Now that you found me, your hearts can be at ease. To put it bluntly, this is not a big deal. As long as it's not a war with Guanlong, this matter is not a big deal. But I have a question. Li Shimin asked carefully, what question? He was afraid of Zhang Feng. He was afraid that Zhang Feng would catch him off guard at some point. Zhang Feng peeled a prawn and dipped it in the sauce. Under everyone's fiery eyes, he chewed the prawn and said, the previous dynasty could even make things like the five-tooth worship. I'm puzzled. This is such a simple thing. Can't you think of it? Just say it. What's the solution? Zhang Sun Wuji had completely lost his patience and asked directly. Zhang Feng shrugged and felt bored. Well, it seems that you're really in trouble. Let me ask you, why didn't I see you yesterday? What were you doing? They still didn't play by the rules. Li Shimin's face darkened. He said word by word, yesterday, we accompanied the emperor to think of a solution. Oh. Did you see the emperor? Tell me, is his majesty covered in dragon scales? Puff. Chapter 276. Li Shimin wanted to hit someone. He really wanted to hit someone. During this period of time, his murderous intent was very strong. He really wanted to find someone to kill, but he couldn't. At this time, looking at Zhang Feng's face that deserved a beating, Li Shimin couldn't help but want to punch him in the face. Too despicable. Damn it, all the IQ could be turned into a negative number when it came to Zhang Feng. At this time, Li Shimin finally understood why he could mess with the son of King Jinla, the crown prince of Jinla. This guy was born a genius. This was a perfectly fine matter, so why did it suddenly involve whether or not he had dragon scales? Didn't you see clearly what I have on my body? However, Li Shimin could only criticize in his heart. He secretly thought that if Zhang Feng entered the imperial court in the future, he would teach him a good lesson. This guy, Brother Zhang Feng, let's talk about serious matters. Besides, have you ever seen anyone with scales on their body? Li Shimin said weakly. Zhang Feng's interest waned and he stopped talking. I was still wondering how His Majesty could know everything that I could think of. I thought His Majesty was really a divine dragon in the sky. It turns out that he's still a human. However, it's not bad that he has half of my ability. Today, I, Zhang Feng, dare to bet that there's really no one other than His Majesty who can guess what I can guess. Zhang Feng's flattery made Li Shimin feel comfortable all over. He automatically ignored Zhang Feng's claim that he only had half of Zhang Feng's ability. He was just saying it and couldn't be taken seriously. By the way, Brother Zhang Feng, you mentioned the five-toothed warship. Do you mean that you want to use the five-toothed warship to transport goods to Chang'an? But whether it's the Bar River or the Wei River, they can't carry such a heavy ship. Moreover, there are stones everywhere under the riverbed. There's no way to do it. Li Shimin didn't want to retreat anymore and went straight to the point. He was afraid that Zhang Feng would start rambling again. That's easy. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and wiped his hands. The five-tooth warship definitely won't be able to come, but as you said, there are no ships that can transport these goods out. Then tell me, how much water does the five-tooth warship need? What is draft? Li Shimin looked around. Zhang Sun Wuji and Wei Zheng also shook their heads in confusion. He couldn't understand at all. Zhang Feng slapped his head. Only then did he remember that if people in this era knew how much water they needed to eat, they would be really awesome. Fine. Forget it. Let's put it this way, which river can the five-tooth warship reach at most? Li Shimin understood this time. Zhang Sun Wuji continued, if it's not loaded, it can reach Yongzhou. But that's the limit. However, most of our goods have to go around the Qinling Mountains and pass through Jingzhou to reach Liangzhou. Large ships can't go up there at all. Moreover, the Qinling Mountains are steep and there are many stones in the river. I remember that there was a rainstorm a few days ago. Did the Wei River that passes through the Qinling Mountains rise? Zhang Feng's brainless question instantly shut Zhang Sun Wuji up. There was no room for discussion. Zhang Feng frowned and said to himself, if that's the case, it's indeed difficult to travel on large ships. But if we change it to a small boat, won't it be different? No. The weight of a small boat is small, and Chang'an doesn't have that many light boats. This method won't work. We've discussed it before. It still won't work. Zhang Feng frowned. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he took a piece of bark from the table and placed it on the wine bowl. Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on the piece of bark. Everything about this table is good. But why is it all bark under the table? Old Li, I don't know if your son bought me inferior goods. Li Shimin rolled his eyes. Let's not talk about other things. Just take out a little bit of the stuff from Prince Junla and you can exchange everything here with pure gold. Isn't this table always like this? What does it have to do with what we're talking about? Li Shimin was going crazy. Zhang Feng pursed his lips. All right, your son is awesome. The things he gives away are the best. Then, let's not talk nonsense. Take a look at this bark. What do you think? Are you sure you can't understand it? Li Shimin couldn't help narrowing his eyes at Zhang Feng's last question. You're talking about making a raft out of bark? And then carrying goods out? Get lost. Zhang Feng glared at Li Shimin. He said resentfully, when you go out, don't say that you're Zhang Feng's brother. Why are you so stupid? This is a wine bowl. Can I put anything else in it? What I mean is, you can make it into a raft. A bamboo raft. Or some kind of wood with high buoyancy. Make it into a big raft. Then, do you understand? I'm really doubting your IQ. You want to deal with His Majesty with this? You're lucky to have met me, Zhang Feng. Otherwise, you'd be cheated so badly. Chapter 277. Li Shimin ignored Zhang Feng's last words. He even automatically filtered out Zhang Feng's last words. However, he remembered the raft incident. Raft? How could I forget such a thing? As long as you can remember this point, I will. Bamboo raft, wooden raft. I don't have any ready-made ones, but I can dismantle the hull of a large ship to make one. This would perfectly filter out the danger of the ship's bottom being smashed by rocks. Why didn't anyone think of such a simple method? Why didn't anyone think of such a simple method at this time? Was it too complicated? Or did everyone's thinking go astray? However, Li Shimin sincerely admired Zhang Feng. At the very least, he recalled Zhang Feng's disdainful question when he first arrived. That's it? Li Shimin felt that Zhang Feng was asking for a beating, but now, I'm the one who's really an idiot. Brother Zhang Feng, is it really possible to do something as simple as a raft? If it's possible, why didn't anyone think of it before? This, how would I know? If you want to ask His Majesty. To be honest, you only need to look at the geese on the water to understand. None of you can think of it. I'm simply... Enough. Li Shimin was flustered. He hurriedly got up to leave. His Majesty is still waiting for this matter. Lord Zhangsun should be coming to my residence to find a solution soon. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Sorry for the disturbance, goodbye. Li Shimin finished speaking and was about to leave. Wei Zheng immediately followed. Only Zhang Sun Wuji, who was holding a prawn, was stunned. After a moment, he slowly took out an ingot of gold from his pocket and prepared to leave. Zhang Feng was also stunned. Wait! Don't leave yet. Hey! Lao Tzu hasn't finished speaking. When Li Shimin heard this, he slowly withdrew his foot that had already stepped out of the tavern. Zhang Feng said angrily, I haven't finished speaking, and you're already running away? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up when you go back? This method is only the beginning. After the goods leave the shoal, we still have to change ships. Now, your boats should all be gondolas, right? As he spoke, Zhang Feng knew that they wouldn't understand, so he drew a cross-section of the ship with some wine on the table. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at it and nodded. Yes, all the ships of the Tang dynasty are basically like this. But the bottom of the five-tooth warship is semicircular, even a little like an egg. That's right. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, Come and sit, don't be impatient. There's a big difference in this matter. The reason why the bottom of your ship was smashed is basically because the surface area of the bottom in the water is too large. And the speed of this thing can't be maximized. If you change the method and change to a ship with a smaller surface area, not only can the speed be maximized, but the probability of the hull being hit will also be greatly reduced. There's such a ship. Zhang Sun Wuji was stunned. How can such a ship float in the water? Li Shimin also frowned. He didn't know anything about this thing. Among the three of them, only Zhang Sun Wuji knew a little about this thing. Wei Zheng was the same as Li Shimin. He didn't know anything about this thing. At this time, he could only sit on the bench and stare at Zhang Sun Wuji and Zhang Feng arguing. Let me explain to you. Zhang Feng patted the end of the bench and motioned for Zhang Sun Wuji to sit, and then said, This is the disadvantage of your current ship. All the ships are made of wood. If I remember correctly, you have already mastered the technology of smelting iron, right? If the bottom and the body of the ship are replaced with iron sheets, think about it. Even if there are thousands of enemy fleets in front of you, you only need one iron lump to annihilate them. You didn't think of this point? Iron? This thing can float in the water? Everyone was shocked again. Zhang Feng knew that no matter how he explained, these people wouldn't understand, so he simply waved his hand and said, Follow me. I'll broaden your horizons. While speaking, Zhang Feng got up and took out his treasured iron wine pot that looked like a Coke bottle from the secret compartment of the counter. Then, under Li Shimin's greedy gaze, he slowly walked into the backyard. Zhang Feng calmly poured some water into the iron kettle from one of the water tanks, and then put the iron kettle into another full water tank. The next moment, an incredible scene appeared. The iron kettle was actually floating on the surface of the water. Although it was a little shaky, it basically wouldn't sink. This scene made the three pillars of the Tang dynasty completely dumbfounded. This pot is made of iron? How can it float on the water? Do you mean to make all the ships like this? But let's not talk about anything else. There's not enough time. And this thing is so small. How heavy will the ship be? Will it really work? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Lying down on the recliner in the yard, he said slowly, In the beginning, because of the tight time, I think you only need to make the bottom of all the ships sharp, like a sword or a saber. The blade of the saber will be the bottom of the ship, and the back of the saber can be the deck of the cargo ship. It's that simple. But considering your thing, you only need to cover the bottom of the ship with this thing, and then use it to block the gap. In this way, the speed of the ship will be doubled, and from then on, you won't have to worry about the bottom of the ship being damaged. If you still can't solve this problem, Lao Tzu will eat shit. Chapter 278. In the end, Li Shimin left Zhang Feng's tavern happily. How could he not be happy about such a good thing? What was this? Not only did Zhang Feng solve the problem of the Guanlong blockade for him, but he also directly upgraded all the warships. Just thinking about the warship that Zhang Feng was talking about made him tremble with excitement. If there were 100 of these ironclad warships, then they would be able to crush any enemy on the water. Who would be able to withstand the impact of these iron warships? No. There was no such thing in this world. What is in Brother Zhang Feng's head? He can even think of something like an iron ship. This is truly unprecedented and will never be replicated in the future. Li Shimin sat on the soft couch and sighed with emotion. Everyone, tell me, what is the matter of this ship? At that time, Prime Minister Wei, Zhang Sun Wuji, and I all saw the iron kettle with our own eyes. It really stood on the water. Just like my brush washer. In the imperial study, a big vat was moved in without anyone noticing. Moreover, Li Shimin's brush washer was filled with some ink, which rose and fell in the vat. In the imperial study, not only were Fang Xianling and the others, but also some craftsmen who built ships and some skilled craftsmen from the Ministry of Works. At this time, when they saw the brush washer, their gazes changed. Wooden rafts and bamboo rafts were easy to make. They could get materials from outside Chang'an city at any time. However, this iron ship, as the emperor said, could it float on the water and sail on the water? Your Majesty. This old subject has something to say, but it's not worth saying. At this time, after seeing the brush washer, the turbid eyes of an old man from the Ministry of Works shone brightly. His whole body trembled like a pendulum. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Say it." Originally, I called all of you here so that you can speak freely. If you have any thoughts, speak them out and we can discuss them together. I don't know. What if my people from the Ministry of Works work overtime and use a small smelting furnace to forge a model of the five-toothed warship? Why don't we try it out first? Approved. Someone has already taken care of this matter. Perhaps it won't be long before we see it. You all can take a look first and study it. Yes. The old man was slightly disappointed, but the passion in his eyes did not diminish. Iron ship. Furthermore, it was a lump of iron that was made entirely of iron. If it could float on water like the brush washer and sail, then, the Tang dynasty only needed one fleet to sweep the world. Your Majesty. If you don't consider the price of iron, I can make these things. But the problem is that all the iron mines in the Tang dynasty are basically controlled by Guanlong and the 5 clans and 7 kings. What we need, we have to buy from them. If they find out about this and stop selling to us, or if the price suddenly increases, then the cost. It will definitely be an astronomical figure. Now that the Tang dynasty's national strength is weak, we shouldn't do this now. Let's not talk about whether it will succeed, just the cost and the time it takes to build an iron ship is already an astronomical figure. At this time, a minister of the Ministry of Works also raised an objection. Li Shimin frowned slightly. We'll talk about this later. Right now, I just want to know whether this ship can float and whether it can solve the current crisis. As for the iron mines? Money? These are all things for the future. Li Shimin's mood, which had just improved a little, was ruined again, making him very uncomfortable. However, he directly rejected the words of the Ministry of Works. In any case, you should at least let me be happy first, right? We don't have money now. As long as we solve this crisis and completely open up trade, will the Tang dynasty be short of money? At that time, you can just wait to sit in a pile of money and worry about it. Seeing Li Shimin's objection, everyone who wanted to speak out against it fell silent. Now was indeed the best time to solve the current problem. The ship could only be built after this matter was over, and there was no sign of it yet. A moment later, the people of the Ministry of Works hurriedly appeared in the imperial study under the lead of Xiao Gizi. In his hand, he was holding up something covered by a red cloth. The thing was about the length of an arm and the size of 2 adult palms. It looked a little like a ship. Your Majesty, the ship has been built. Your Majesty, please inspect it. It's done. Hearing that, Li Shimin got up from the soft couch, hurried to the man's side, and lifted the cover of the iron ship that was still emitting warmth. The ship was built according to the model of the 5-toothed warship, except that it was made of water. Looking at it, it gave people a sense of heaviness. Li Shimin took the iron ship from the man's hands with both hands and then put it in the water. However, under everyone's gazes, the ship At this moment, when Li Shimin put it in the water, the hull of the ship tilted and fell into the water. With a clink, it sank to the bottom of the tank. Everyone was dumbfounded. This ship. Chapter 279. No. There must be a problem somewhere. Li Shimin frowned and gestured for everyone to fish out the ship. Li Shimin held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. What exactly went wrong? Li Shimin could not help but look at the ink in the brush washer. That's right. From the iron kettle that Zhang Feng showed me earlier to the brush washer, water had been added to it. Is it because there's no water in the ship? Someone, fill the iron ship with water. Yes, the person who had just presented the iron ship was so scared that he was trembling all over. He had wanted to show it off properly, but he did not expect that he would screw it up and sink the ship. At this moment, he panicked. He hurriedly followed Li Shimin's instructions and used a sharp object to pry open a part of the iron ship that seemed to be filled with quicksand. Then, under everyone's gaze, the person nervously placed the model of the ship in the water and carefully washed the model again with the sand inside. Then, he slowly filled the model with water according to the ink in the brush washer. Half an hour. He did this for a full half an hour. Everyone watched with bated breath for half an hour. When the ship was placed steadily on the water, everyone was shocked. Even Li Shimin was dumbfounded. The model of the ship slowly moved forward in the water tank along with the splashing waves. The waterline on the side of the ship was also slowly stabilizing. Everyone from the Ministry of Works who knew how to build ships was shocked. F***CK. Luban, is this Luban alive? Ship, iron ship, can it really float on the water? How is this possible? How can iron float on the water? This has never been recorded in any of the ancient books. The people from the Ministry of Works were completely shocked. What is this? This is a miracle. This is a miracle that the heavens have bestowed upon the Tang dynasty. All the old men from the Ministry of Works collapsed to the ground the moment they saw the model of the iron ship floating on the water tank. He muttered and roared in horror. Who the hell is this? Who the F***CK came up with such a thing? Other than Lu Ban, the old man can't think of anyone else in the world who can make iron float on water. No. Even Lu Ban can't do it. Such a thing, could it be, that Master Yuan mentioned that the Ziwei star had brought to the Tang dynasty? Everyone was aghast. They roared crazily, venting the shock in their hearts. It was as if they had forgotten the existence of the emperor. They were a bunch of lunatics obsessed with all kinds of research. Before they saw something, they might not have any expression. They were very pedantic and basically followed the prescribed order. But once they saw something new, then, they would erupt with frightening infatuation and madness. Even if they were to sacrifice their lives, they would not hesitate to do so. For example, Gan Jiang Moxie's sword refiner had used his life as the price to forge that unparalleled godly weapon. At this moment, Li Shimin looked at these people with a smile. He had achieved his goal. The court should be like this. If everyone followed the prescribed order, then the imperial court would be useless. Li Shimin enjoyed this scene very much. He would rather this kind of thing happen in the court every day. In that way, he could really sit quietly on the soft couch with his eyes closed. That kind of enjoyment was really something that he would not exchange for even if he was given the title of an immortal. After Zhang Sun Wuji, Wei Zheng, and the others saw the emperor's expression at this time, they were not as relaxed as the emperor showed. Instead, they were a little worried. Judging from the emperor's appearance, this thing was definitely going to be produced in large quantities. But how much would it cost? That would require a huge amount of money to fill in. This time, the emperor was determined to do it. Then, it was destined that the war with the 5 clans and 7 kingdoms, as well as the Guanlong group, would completely start. Could this battle be won? No one was confident at all. Even with Zhang Feng's existence, could this battle be won? Wei Zheng was silent. Zhang Sun Wuji also stopped smiling. Even Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Xing Yaojin were frowning at this time, thinking about something. At this moment, the imperial study was extremely strange. The people from the Ministry of Works were cheering and crying tears of joy. On the other side, the dukes were deep in thought with their heads lowered. The emperor, who was sitting on a high couch, was enjoying the sight of those crazy people crying and laughing at the same time. He also laughed along with them. After some time, little Gizi quietly pushed open the door of the imperial study from the outside. With a serious expression, he said something in Li Shimon's ear. It was this sentence that made Li Shimon furious. Smack! Li Shimon slapped the couch hard and shouted angrily, "Pass down the order. If anyone dares to spread rumors again, behead them." Everyone was shocked. Even the people from the Ministry of Works who were jubilant just now were now shocked. After Li Shimon gave the order, he turned around and said, "I will give you 3 days to make the bottom of all the merchant ships with pointed anchors for me. Otherwise, behead them." Chapter 280. Ha! Did you know? Those merchants' ships have all been stranded. Now, everyone outside Chang'an city is crazily scrambling for goods. Those fur products worth dozens of taels of silver have all been taken away. What? Where? 10 miles away from the city. I heard that many merchants can't take it anymore and hung themselves. Hiss. It's over, it's over. I heard that the emperor offended the Guanlong group. Looks like the emperor is in danger this time. Isn't that so? Sigh. Such rumors were spreading everywhere in Chang'an city. Some people were even driving ox carts, donkey carts, and even mules out of the city. At this moment, at the city gate, groups of people could be seen returning to the city with piles of wet goods in their arms. Everyone was bragging about the prosperous scene outside the city. It was as if something had fallen from the sky. The greedy crowd rushed out of the city even more desperately. Right at this moment, from within the imperial city, the sound of drums that would only be heard when there was an emergency were fiercely beaten by someone. Dong! 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 As the sound of the ancient drum beat slowly spread out from the depths of the imperial city, everyone was terrified. Even the commoners who were holding the goods were stunned on the spot. What's going on? This drum is the horn used to gather the Chang'an garrison in case of an emergency battle. Is the Turks attacking? F***CK. Run. In the Chamberlain of Dependencies, the young Khagan of the Western Turks frowned as he stared out of the city. What's going on? What's going on outside? Could it be that our people are here? Hearing this, the purple-robed Khagan's follower hurried out. A moment later, he returned like a ghost. Reporting to the Khagan, there are rumors outside the city that the ships of the merchants who stayed in Chang'an have been sunk. All their goods are piled up in the forest 10 miles away from the city. Someone is deliberately spreading rumors to rob the goods. Oh. The purple-robed Khagan's lips curled up slightly. It would be fine if it was not their men. Pass down my order. Tell all the spies to stay put. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the city. This. Little Khan, this is, Little Khan tilted his head slightly, his bewitching narrow eyes glancing at the man. This must be Li Shimon's scheme. Otherwise, why would there be rumors in the city that the Turks have come? And he even mobilized the Chang'an garrison? Do you think Li Shimon is an idiot? I wouldn't dare. The people behind him hurriedly dispersed. On the other hand, the burly Tuihan youth who was guarding beside the little Khan frowned slightly but did not move. As for the Tubo man who had ridiculously long arms, he made a rare gesture towards a stall outside the Chamberlain of Dependencies and did not make any more movements. This made little Khan's smile grow even wider. Looks like you guys didn't do it either. Could it be that Li Shimon wants to take this opportunity to clean up all the Guanlong group in Chang'an city? No way. Based on our understanding of Li Shimon, he will not start a war with the Guanlong group. It would be great if he did. The burly Tuyahan man clenched his fists and turned to leave, leaving only the little Khan and the long-armed Tubo youth. Do you think that Li Shimin wants to lure us out? Not interested. This was the reply of the long-armed youth. Little Khan's gaze became more and more playful. She fiddled with a wolf fong on her ear, thinking about something. At that moment, the galloping sounds of the cavalry made the smile on little Khan's face widen. Ta-ta-ta. Following the sound of hooves. Little Khan also left the window. At this moment, there was nothing to see. Fight. If there is a need to fight, this Khan can do it for you and provoke a war. At the city gate. A group of Imperial guards hurriedly held up a small yellow flag and dashed through the crowd. As they ran, the group of Imperial guards shouted, "Close the city gate. No one is allowed to enter or leave the city without orders. Those who disobey will be beheaded." What? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. When the general of the city gate heard that, he trembled and screamed, "Close the city gate." Smash, smash, smash. Following a series of muffled noises, the huge Anhua Gate, Illustrious Virtue Gate, Qixia Gate, and all the other city gates of Chang'an lit up with fire beacons that had been prepared long ago. At this moment, the entire Chang'an city was shocked. Everyone looked at the billowing smoke with fear. Just as everyone was terrified. Squads of Imperial guards shuttled through every market square. Everyone, go back home. You can only go out tomorrow. Those who disobey orders and go out without permission will be killed by fate. Everyone, get the hell back to your homes. Before sunrise tomorrow, kill anyone you meet in Chang'an and without mercy. This time, everyone was really scared. A sense of danger rushed to their brains between their mouths and nostrils. The world was going to change. Chapter 281. On the 10-mile hill outside Chang'an city. At this moment, all of Cheng Yaojin's soldiers, who were disguised as guards, surrounded the goods that were piled up like a mountain behind them. The modeo in their hands had already been drawn, but in the face of the red-eyed commoners, they also panicked. If they were bandits or anyone else, they would have been overpowered by now. However, they were facing the people of Chang'an city. Their eyes were bloodshot at that moment. They held wooden sticks, stones, hoes, sickles, and other items high in their hands as they approached. At that moment, as the leader of this group of soldiers, Cheng Baijia had a headache. Looking at the approaching people, he did not know whether to kill them or not. "Boss, what should we do? Should we kill them or not? Boss. Say something. If this goes on, we won't have a way out." "That's right. Boss." Cheng Baijia sighed, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, "We are all elders of Chang'an city. Do not hurt anyone unless absolutely necessary." It was a difficult order, but he was still smart enough to be the leader of the soldiers. If news of him killing people outside Chang'an city spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in Chang'an city. Not only would the emperor be implicated, but even the emperor and many others would be implicated. He did not dare to do that. He would rather be beaten to death than to do it. That was a military order. It was also a responsibility. However, this responsibility made them feel a slight chill in their hearts at this moment. Were the people they were supposed to protect such people? Cheng Baijia's retreating footsteps eventually bumped into a tree. "Fellow villagers. I know that someone is trying to mislead you. These goods are related to the Tang dynasty and the safety of Chang'an city. I believe that you are all reasonable people. Everyone's hair has turned white because of this. You even took part in the river washing operation yesterday. Have you all forgotten? Get lost. You bastard, what do you know? These things were all discarded by the merchants. Why can others pick them up but not us? You want to take them for yourselves, don't you? That's right. I remember now, you are Cheng Yaojin's official soldiers. What kind of person was Cheng Yaojin? That Motherf*** Kerr is an insatiably greedy person. Brothers, go and snatch it for me. Yeah. You guys don't know Qing Yaojin. He had robbed hundreds of women in Longyu. Don't tell me those people should all be robbed. Go. The owner of these things is dead. Why can other commoners snatch them but we can't? It's obvious that Qing Yaojin wants to keep it for himself. Otherwise, why would his people appear here? Bullsh *T. Who the hell cursed Lao Tzu to die? At this moment, the merchant hiding behind the soldiers could no longer sit still. He was so angry that he jumped up and wanted to see who was cursing him. Motherf *Ker, Lao Tzu is showing off his goods here. Motherf *Ker, who are you guys? Do you dare to stand up for Lao Tzu? Motherf *Ker, you want to snatch my goods? If it weren't for these official soldiers, I think all of you would have been beheaded. As the merchant cursed, the crowd finally slowed down. However, a few discordant voices sounded from the crowd again. Yo! Isn't that the Qing family's housekeeper? You're so quick to say that these things belong to the Qing family? Look, fellow villagers. He's talking about the Qing family. What are you waiting for? Snatch it for me. As he spoke, someone threw a fist-sized rock at Qing Baijia's face. Only a bang sound could be heard. Qing Baijia fell stiffly to the ground. The crowd suddenly fell into a dead silence. Someone died. Moreover, it was a military officer who did not look young. This time, they were in big trouble. Some commoners came to their senses and subconsciously threw away the rocks and wooden sticks in their hands. Looking at the blood gushing out of the smashed head like a fountain, many commoners' legs trembled. They finally woke up. That's right. Even if the Qing family wanted it, what did it have to do with them? How could they fight with the Qing family? Moreover, these things came from the treasury. They would not be so stupid as to snatch things at their doorstep, right? That was a stupid thing to do that would cost Qing Yaojin and Duke Qing their lives. Moreover, Duke Qing only had one fierce wife in his family, right? She was famous in Chang'an for being ruthless. Would he dare to find a concubine in Longyu? Everyone hesitated. However, at this moment, a commotion broke out in the crowd once again. Heavens! Someone died. Fellow villagers, hurry up and snatch it. If we kill these soldiers, no one will know that we did it. Otherwise, our property will be confiscated and our ancestors exterminated. Quick, kill them. However, this time, a sharp sound of something breaking through the wind was suddenly heard from the crowd. Whoosh! Following the sound, a man in the crowd fell to the ground with a thud, and an arrow was still quivering rapidly on his forehead. Silence. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Everyone was aghast. As for the Qing Mansion's soldiers, they looked at the 10-mile slope with a smile on their faces. They thought that they were going to die. Chapter 282. The sound of the arrow piercing through the air was heard. It was as if the pause button had been pressed on the crowd. Everyone looked at the arrow, stunned. At this moment, some people in the crowd raised their heads in horror and realized that there were hundreds of imperial guards with bows and arrows standing on the tree branches above their heads. On the hill behind him, Wei Shuyu, who was dressed in shining golden armor, was slowly putting away the crossbow in her hands. At this moment, a young man wearing a bright yellow robe on a white horse also slowly urged his horse to stand on the hill. When the soldiers of the Qing residence saw this person, they all knelt on the ground. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. What? Crown? Crown Prince? Even the Crown Prince is alarmed? Oh my God. Sob sob sob, I knew it. I can't take advantage of this. When the crowd heard the Crown Prince's name, many people hurriedly knelt on the ground. Some were so frightened that they peed and shat. Li Qingxian's face was very cold. Just a moment ago, he had watched that person die. If it wasn't for the fact that he was deployed, he wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to kill this group of rioters who had only killed about 500 people. At this moment, Wei Shuyu urged her horse forward and said calmly, "Qingxian, leave this to me. You're too impulsive. You can't do this." As she spoke, Wei Shuyu shouted coldly, "Everyone, kneel. Anyone who doesn't kneel will be treated as a mob and shot to death. Kneel." Instantly, a large group of imperial guards rushed out from all over the mountain and shouted angrily in unison. At this moment, all the citizens finally panicked. Above them, the imperial guards drew their bows even more. It was as if they would immediately shoot anyone who did not kneel. At this moment, among the people kneeling on the ground, someone lowered his head and shouted in horror, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the imperial guards are killing people. Are you not going to do anything?" Whoosh! However, what awaited him was a cold arrow. This made all the citizens even more panicked. Wei Shuyu did not seem to see it. She continued to urge her horse and looked coldly at the crowd. "I'm sure all of you know what these people mean. I know that most of you have been bewitched, but I also know that many of you are purposely trying to create chaos and send you to your deaths. I'm not a murderous person. My name is Wei Shuyu, and I'm the captain of the Golden Guards. My father is Wei Zheng, and I'm sure you all know my father's name. I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Remember, I'll only say it once. If you know each other, as long as you tell me your home addresses and who else is in his family, I will let you go. After the imperial guards in the city investigate, they will let you go home. However, if you are still lucky, then I, Wei Shuyu, will use the authority of the Golden Guards to convict you of treason. Your Highness. May I ask how the crime of treason should be decided?" Wei Shuyu didn't even turn around. The bright silver spear in her hand was even colder. Li Qingxian said indifferently, 9 familial extermination. Hearing this, everyone was terrified. Among them, some could no longer sit still. They all stood up and reported their homes. I'm Wang Guden. I live at the foot of the 10-mile slope. There's a big chestnut tree at the door. My family only has me and my mother. My brother joined the army 3 years ago and hasn't come back yet. The one beside me is called Chen Erniu. He has a cow and 2 sisters. His father used to be a soldier too, but now he's a cripple." Wang Guden seemed to be scared out of his wits. As he spoke, he pulled the dark-skinned 13-year-old boy beside him, who was only wearing a loincloth, and kowtowed desperately. Wei Shuyu waved her hand. In an instant, 2 armored soldiers came forward and tied the 2 of them to a book. Then, they used arrows to nail a note to the 2 of them. Following the lead of these 2 people, more and more people also stepped forward and introduced themselves. Among the crowd, there were still some people who panicked. Although they were kneeling on the ground and trembling, their eyes were darting around, looking for an exit. However, they realized in despair that there were at least 1,000 imperial guards around them. Not far away, in the woods and beside the river, they spotted another person with sharp eyes. Qing Yaojin. And behind him, there were tens of thousands of Chang'an and garrison soldiers. This time, they were completely flustered. The person on the treetop stared at the crowd with sharp eyes. The bow in his hand moved according to the movement of his eyes. At this moment, if anyone made the slightest movement, then, what should we do? In the crowd, there was a man who looked like a farmer. However, his face and arms were white outside of his clothes. He was not as dark as the Zhuang family. He used his leg to nudge the person next to him. That person trembled as if he did not hear anything. After a while, that person said hurriedly, "Quick, we can only take the poison now. We can't drag the family down." Okay, the 2 of them seemed to have discussed it beforehand. They slowly reached into their clothes. However, the moment they took out a packet of powder and were about to throw it into their mouths, whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, a few sharp whistling sounds made their souls fly out of their bodies. Puff, 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 puff. Followed by a few muffled sounds. The two of them were horrified to find that 4 arrowheads had penetrated their shoulder blades and thighs. They did not have the strength to move at all. And this was not the most important thing. At this moment, Wei Shuyu's ghostly voice sounded behind the two of them. Are you going to take the poison and commit suicide? Chapter 283. Hundreds of people were able to clean up the mess quickly. In less than 2 hours, more than 70 people had been picked out from the crowd of more than 700 people. What a terrifying number this was. It was these 70-odd people who had almost caused Cheng Yaojin to be branded with an indelible infamy. It was even a tragedy where his family would be exterminated. There was even something deeper. However, at this moment, Wei Shuyu waved her hand and ordered these people to be sent to the prison in Chang'an City to await the emperor's punishment. The rest of the people had either committed suicide by taking poison, or they were tied up and hung from a book. Wei Shuyu pulled out a sharp and narrow knife from her bosom and gently flicked the blade in her hand. She inspected the crowd. Are you saying? Or die? Or are you waiting for us to find out, and then you can wait for your family members to accompany you on your journey? Wei Shuyu. Since we've fallen, we'll admit it. Pfft. Without waiting for him to finish, the knife in Wei Shuyu's hand gently slit his neck. It was like cutting pork. He. Before that person could finish his words, only streams of blood were left, accompanied by gurgling sounds from his throat. The mournful sound made the people who were tied up tremble in fear. Speak. If anyone reveals the mastermind behind this matter, I guarantee that you and your family will be able to live out the rest of your life peacefully. Otherwise, you can try the interrogation methods of the Jinwu guards. Don't think that I don't know anything. You're backed by the Guanlong group, aren't you? When everyone heard this, their eyelids couldn't help but twitch. But that was all. If they still didn't know by now, then they would really be fools. Shuyu, take them back to the Supreme Court. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin urged his horse forward. He didn't even look at these people. He waved his hand and said, string them up one by one for Lao Tzu and drag them all the way back to Chang'an. Hearing this, Li Qingxian wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say it. Cheng Yaojin glanced at him and didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Chang'an garrison to guard these merchants in the woods. Then, he led the imperial guards back to Chang'an. On the way, Cheng Yaojin looked at the pale-faced Li Qingxian and asked, does the crown prince feel that our methods are too cruel? Yes. Uncle Cheng, since the matter has been investigated, why don't you give them a quick death? Why do you want to do this? Cheng Yaojin fell silent. He pointed at Wei Shuyu and said, Shuyu is a good kid. Have you ever thought that if you show even the slightest bit of mercy today, then you don't deserve to be the emperor? You are still too young to understand these things. Learn from your father and talk to brother Zhang Feng more. You will understand that this world is not as beautiful as you imagine it to be. You've heard it too. If my subordinates couldn't hold themselves back and killed these commoners today, and you happen to be here, can you imagine the consequences? Li Qingxian closed his eyes in pain. However, the insults those people said to Cheng Yaojin still flashed in his mind. If it were him, he would definitely order people to kill them. If you really want to kill them, then you have fallen into a trap. Cheng Yaojin's eyes flashed with horror. He continued, they are forcing us to act. Once we act, we will kill the commoners by mistake. The old man will also be punished for their crimes. Regardless of whether it is true or not, regardless of whether your father knows the old man's character, my Qing family will be destroyed. Do you know? Li Qingxian fell silent. At this time, if he still didn't understand, then he would be a fool. It was also at this time that Li Qingxian realized the treachery. He had always thought that the Guanlong group was just a group of merchants. However, after investigating yesterday, he was shocked to find out that the earliest incarnation of the Guanlong 8 great families was actually the Northern Army and a group of merchants who formed an alliance. After all these years of development, they had even infiltrated many people in the imperial court. Uncle Cheng, I understand now. It's good that you understand. In the future, learn more from your father. Actually, you don't understand your father. The atmosphere fell silent again. This was because they had already arrived at the city gate. A large group of people had gathered at the city gate. They had snatched the goods and were preparing to enter the city. At this time, they were cursing the guards on the city wall. When they saw Qing Yaojin and the rest, they surrounded them again. Qing Yaojin's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and said, "Arrest all those who have goods in their hands." Li Qingxian was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Uncle Cheng, these are commoners. You can't arrest them. And this is the city gate. If you arrest them, it will definitely cause a commotion." A commotion? Qing Yaojin smiled when he saw the imperial guards swarming forward. Do you know that the goods outside the city haven't decreased at all? Then tell me, where did these goods come from? Chapter 284. Li Qingxian was horrified to find that it was just as Qing Yaojin said. It seemed that the goods had always been handled by the bodyguards. Where did this large batch of goods come from? Moreover, the goods in the Shirley slope were all dry and not so wet. But what about the goods in these people's arms? They were all dripping with water. There was an even more horrifying thing that made Li Qingxian realize that this was a complete conspiracy. As early as noon, he had received a rumor that the ship was seriously damaged and all the goods were forced to move to the Shirley slope. At this time, in such hot weather, even if they were soaked in water, they would not be dripping with water. But what about the goods in these people's hands? They were all dripping with water. The Guanlong group's conspiracy was really vicious. Li Qingxian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He did not know how many more conspiracies were waiting for him in Chang'an City. It was already like this outside the city. When he left the city, many people had already sneaked into the city. Then, inside the city, he did not dare to think about it. He only hoped that the people in the city were controlled. Was this a battle between two forces? Li Qingxian suddenly had a suspicion. He wondered what he would do if he was in charge of this matter. He could not think of it. That was the most terrifying thing. Just as Qing Yaojin said, he was too emotional and too indecisive. At this time, Qing Yaojin turned around and patted him on the shoulder. He sighed and said, "Born in the royal family, no one is born cold-blooded, but everyone's position is different. So, Qingxian, you have to quickly get used to your identity. Your identity is the crown prince. All the indecisiveness is holding you back and may even lead to the destruction of the Tang dynasty. So, quickly become stronger. After all, we are all old." Hearing that, Li Qingxian's expression suddenly changed. Looking at Qing Yaojin's fluttering hair under the golden helmet, it had already turned gray. Only then did he remember that his imperial father was also like this. Thank you, Uncle Cheng. I understand. Ha 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 ha. Let's go into the city. Qing Yaojin did not even turn his head. He smiled and waved his hand. Only then did the crowd slowly escort the hundreds of people into Chang'an. Smash smash smash. When the heavy city gates slowly opened, a loud noise could be heard. Qing Yaojin, who was wearing a mask, walked in front of the crowd with a long-handled battle axe in his hand. His entire body was emitting waves of murderous aura, causing those who were still at the city gates to be aghast. What's the situation? Look! Demon King Qing can't even take out his weapon. Heavens! Could it be that he killed all the people in the 10-mile slope? Look at the people behind their horses. F***CK. Why were they scurrying around like dumplings? Is this even something a human would do? Damn it, if Devil King Qing doesn't do this, he doesn't deserve to be called Devil King Qing. Damn it. Is this a rebellion? How dare he slaughter the people of the Tang dynasty in public? I'm afraid he's going to rebel. Behind Qing Yaojin, Wei Shuyu also put down her mask. Even Li Qingxian put on a veil. They were not afraid of these people, but of Zhang Feng. They were afraid that Zhang Feng would join in the crowd and see their faces. At this moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look at the one with the veil. He's the crown prince." Li Qingxian, the crown prince, dares to do it in broad daylight. Oh my god. What's going on? The commotion in the crowd started with a buzzing sound, but after everyone saw Li Qingxian, their voices suddenly rose a pitch, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that he was the crown prince. Li Qingxian did not even look at those people. He even treated them as if there were flies buzzing in his ears. When the crowd stepped into Chang'an city, Qing Yaojin pulled on the reins of his horse and waved his hand. In an instant, the general guarding the gate hurried over. "Let me ask you, did you send out an order to forbid all the citizens from leaving?" "Your Highness, General Cheng, this matter has already spread throughout Chang'an city. However, for some reason, these people are unwilling to leave." "Oh? Didn't you hear the order of the Imperial Guards?" Qing Yaojin waved the battle axe in his hand and glanced at the crowd coldly as he asked. However, no one answered him. "Very good. Very good. Your Highness, if it's you, how do you think these people should be dealt with if they are unwilling to return to their houses despite knowing that there is an imperial edict?" This was a test. Li Qingxian understood. His gaze swept across everyone's face, then he gave a fist salute and said, "Uncle Cheng, these people are not ordinary people." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Qing Yaojin's interest was piqued. "Look at these people. Although they seem to be wearing the ordinary clothes of commoners, look at their skin. It's not as dark as commoners' skin. This means that they have not been exposed to the sun much. As ordinary people, how can they not be exposed to the sun?" "That's right. Congratulations, Your Highness. You have an epiphany." Qing Yaojin gave a fist salute sincerely and asked again, "Do you think we should kill these people? Arrest them? Or release them?" "Arrest them." "Good. Guards, capture these traitors for this general. In addition, investigate everyone in the city. Do not let any house go. Arrest all those who participated in the robbery outside the city." "Yes." Chapter 285. In Taiji Palace. Li Shimin listened to Li Qingxian and Qing Yaojin's report, but his expression did not change at all. It was as if he had already known all of this. Wei Zheng and the others present were the same. "I didn't expect that these people would be the first to make a move on Qing Yaojin. You are my right-hand man. For them to think of cutting you off from my hands first, it seems that these people have really put in a lot of effort into everything about me." Li Shimin took a deep breath and said, "Qing Aiqing, immediately secretly transfer 10,000 elite light cavalry from Longyu Dao, Tongguan, and other places, to wait outside the city. During this period of time, you must pay more attention." Qing Yaojin heard this and hurriedly knelt on the ground. "This general obeys the order. But Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is also involved in this matter." "I think it's fine. This is what I asked Qingxian to do. On one hand, he should know something. On the other hand, I also want to tell Guanlong that I am angry. Let's see if they are willing to stop." Everyone was silent. Wei Zheng asked again, "Your Majesty, what do we do with the people we arrested today?" "Kill them. Investigate all of their criminal records for the crime of rebellion. If they don't have a criminal record, just put them on. After all, their butts are not clean. Tomorrow at noon, execute them at the gate of the imperial city. Also, put up the identities of each of them, as well as the names of their family members, word for word at the gate of the imperial city." Everyone heard this and felt a chill in their hearts. The emperor was really angry. However, this plan was really amazing. On one hand, it could intimidate Guanlong and his subordinates. On the other hand, it would let everyone see who these traitors were. The family members would be tortured by public opinion in the end. This would also let those who were prepared, as well as those who had already joined these forces, see that this was the result of going against the imperial family. At this moment, little Gizi hurried into the imperial study. He reported, "Your Majesty, news just came from the Vermilion Bird Gate. Some officials are preparing to jointly request an audience with Your Majesty because of the matter outside the city." "See me?" Li Shimin smiled. How could they not know what these people wanted to do? They wanted nothing more than to accuse him of oppressing the common people. They wanted nothing more than to accuse Cheng Yaojin of arbitrarily leading his troops and kidnapping the common people in broad daylight. Would he be afraid? Pass down my orders. From the entrance of Taiji Palace to the entrance of the Imperial Study, arrange for 100 people to be beaten. If anyone wishes to have an audience with me, they are to be beaten with the rod. After 100 strikes, they are to come and see me. Yes, little Gizi hurried out. Regarding this, no one in the Imperial Study asked who those people were. Was there a need to ask now? Other than the people from the Guanlong group, who else could come so quickly and appear here on time? 100 strikes. A normal person would be crippled after 60 strikes, let alone 100 strikes. Li Shimin didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Guanlong at this time. It wasn't time yet. If they really dared to do so at this time, then, he no longer cared about anything else. Daring to openly mutiny was a crime worthy of extermination. He, Li Shimin, had already given Guanlong a lot of face by doing this. Your Majesty, although we stopped these people today, it's inevitable that such things will happen in the future. This old minister thinks that it's better to have a foolproof plan. Otherwise, if it continues like this, then the imperial court, yes, Your Majesty, this can't go on. This old minister thinks that we should cut the Gordian knot and completely reorganize the imperial court. Or, as Brother Zhang Feng said, we should divert the disaster to the east and divert attention. In this way, as long as we open up the water channel for the cooperative and the caravan in Chang'an, then Guanlong's suppression of the imperial court will become meaningless. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui hurriedly knelt and said. Li Shimin touched his chin, thought for a moment, and asked, "There are still 3 days before the retired emperor's birthday. I'll give them 3 days. If they still don't repent, then I'll really go north and personally see what the Guanlong group is doing." Li Shimin had had enough. This cooperative and the new business model are mutually beneficial. Your Guanlong group will also be bribed because of this, and I won't be too embarrassed. But do you really think that I'm a pushover? You want to take it all for yourself? You want to get your hands on the economic power of the Tang dynasty? Last time, when I removed the Minister of Works, it was already a warning to you. I didn't expect that this time. Not only did you not understand the meaning of it, but you even went from bad to worse. Good. Since you want to fight, then do you think I'm afraid of you? Now, make 2 preparations. On the one hand, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, from today onwards, you two will thoroughly organize the details of all the good merchants in Chang'an. On the other hand, Zhang Sun Wuji, you and Wei Jing quickly investigate the disaster situation in Tubo, Tuyuan, and the Turkic territory. If Tubo can wait, then I'll add fuel to the fire. I'll make him unable to sit still. The public opinion created by the Guanlong group this time has given me a good idea. Send it to these 3 countries as it is. I'd like to see how long they can wait. This minister obeys Your Majesty. Chapter 286. The ban was finally lifted. Chang'an City once again returned to its usual hustle and bustle. However, this hustle and bustle hid a lot of fear. Yesterday's incident left a deep impression on everyone. A group of rebels actually rioted right under the emperor's nose, tricking them into robbing the emperor's goods. What was this? This was a capital crime that would send them to hell. At this moment, the eyes of all the people in Chang'an City turned red. As they walked on the streets, their eyes seemed to be filled with something. They felt that everything they saw was a rebel. At this moment, those who were usually sloppy or those whose families were relatively well off could not sit still. They always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at them from behind all the time. Tong Hui Fong was located in an ordinary house on the right side of the intersection of Chang'an Market. On one side of the market, there was a dessert shop called Isan Dessert. This dessert shop was quite famous in Chang'an City. It was loved by the ladies of noble families and the people on the street. Every day, when the market opened, there would be a large group of children at the entrance. They would stare at the shop eagerly and sniff the smell of the desserts floating in the air from time to time. Every time this happened, a young maid in the shop would bring some broken desserts that could not be sold and distribute them to the crowd. Only then would the crowd disperse in satisfaction. However, today, Isan Dessert Shop was not open. Why? Because yesterday, the little maidservant picked up a hairpin from who knows where. Moreover, it was an emerald green hairpin. It was said to be from Junla. It was one of the goods this time. At this moment, everyone in the house panicked. The owner of the house was surnamed Zhang. He was an honest businessman and had a kind personality. However, when he found out about this, he went to the yamen with his maidservant. However, it had been 2 hours and no one had come back. The family head's wife was anxious. This time, it was really a big deal. She heard that a lot of people were arrested yesterday. If something happened to the master, what would happen to the family? Just as the family head's wife did not know what to do, an old woman in Zhang Mansion whispered to Zhang Lushi, "Grandmother, don't worry. Have you forgotten that old Madame Wang came to propose marriage a few days ago? That old elementary scholar is experienced and knowledgeable. He's not a bad choice. I've also heard from the people in the streets that the future son-in-law is a great philanthropist, a great talent." Zhang Liushi's face was full of worry. "Io, old woman Shui, can't you just say what you want to say? Right now, even old master doesn't know what's going on. Will he be punished? Why are you talking about this?" The old woman said with a smile, "Grandma, you've wronged me. We are all women, so we don't have anyone to make the decision. However, if we ask the old scholar to look for the son-in-law, on the one hand, we can see if the son-in-law can handle this matter properly, and see if he is really talented. When the time comes for the young miss to marry into the family, you can rest assured, right? On the other hand, I heard that young master, that's enough. We haven't even started dating yet, and you're already calling him son-in-law?" Although Zhang Lushi was scolding, she glanced at the ear in the crack of the door in the inner room and felt as if she had eaten honey in her heart. "Well, quickly go find the old scholar and tell him everything about the family. As a matchmaker, if he doesn't do his best, then the old scholar will miss my daughter." "Mother. This. I mean, can you let Shui go with you? It's not convenient for me to go out, but Shui can help us to see if that Zhang Feng is really like what the rumors say." At this moment, a woman in a pink gauze dress, whose face was as red as a peeled egg, hurried out of the inner room and said timidly. The woman's name was Zhang Yuyao. She was very beautiful and charming, and all the neighbors were praising her. She was more beautiful than the person in the painting, and even more attractive than that Hu Ji. Her big eyes were watery, and people couldn't help but fall into them. Her body was not plump, but not thin. Although she was only 17 years old, she should be quite perky, more perky than ordinary girls. Because of this, since she was 12 years old, Zhang Yuyao's father and mother strictly forbade her to take a step out of the house. Unless it was necessary, she was not allowed to take a step out of the door. Therefore, she could recite the 4 books and 5 classics, and the female rules written by the empress. If she went out, the door of the Zhang family would be kicked down, not to mention that there were 4 big devils in Chang'an City. If she was targeted by them, how could she survive? But a few days ago, when Grandma Shui went out to buy groceries, she happened to chat with the old scholar. The old scholar tricked her and used a piece of jerky to trick her into telling him about Zhang Yuyao's situation. Then, there was the matter of Grandma Wang's visit. At this time, Zhang Yuyao knew about Zhang Feng. Both families were surnamed Zhang. At first, Zhang Yuyao's father refused, but after learning about Zhang Feng's deeds and the old scholar's recitation of the poem Zhang Feng had recited, Zhang Yuyao's father agreed as if he was possessed. These few lines of the poem were also heard by Zhang Yuyao, who was hiding behind the door and eavesdropping. She was instantly shocked. After learning that Zhang Feng was only 20 years old and was unusually handsome, she couldn't help but admire him. At this time, when she saw that her mother was going to test Zhang Feng, she couldn't help but jump out. Zhang Lushir smiled bitterly. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Okay, let Shui go with her. Remember, bring some snacks. Chapter 287. Zhang Feng was very free. He was so bored that his balls hurt. Other than fooling around with Guzi and the others from time to time, he had nothing else to do. As for Chang'an City, forget it. He was too lazy to go for a stroll. He had just cleaned up the river. The stench was comparable to piling up a large house of snail powder. One smell would make him feel like he was in heaven. How would he dare to go out? Even if it was his favorite crooked tree, he was too lazy to sleep under the shade of the tree. Now, he was hiding in the backyard and drinking wine. It was quite beautiful. Most importantly, as soon as he went out, he would see Lao He sighing and scolding him indirectly. He said that he was 20 years old, but he still didn't find a wife and start a family. He was like a wild child who didn't want to make progress. Zhang Feng's ears hurt when he heard that. He might as well hide here and enjoy the peace and comfort. But thinking about it, Zhang Feng felt a toothache again. He had a lot of skills, but the damn system threw a tavern to Lao Tzu at the beginning and then disappeared? Damn it. What did it want Lao Tzu to do? He didn't dare to leave. What if this was a task from the system? But if he didn't leave, damn it, how long would he have to wait? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He wished he could drag the system out and give it a good beating. He was the man who would always sit side by side with the emperor in the future. How long would he have to wait? However, Zhang Feng took a big gulp of wine and stopped being angry with himself. Why was he angry with him? After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng stopped thinking about it. Instead, he began to think about all the things that had happened recently. Recently, he had been involved in a lot of important matters in the imperial court. He couldn't figure out what the emperor was planning. With his supernatural power, he must have known about his existence. But until now, he didn't say anything. That wasn't right. Could it be that there were too many spies like Guanlong and Tubo, so he was secretly protecting me? So he didn't expose me? Zhang Feng's back was drenched in cold sweat. He thought of the nest of Turkic spies next door. Dispatching the golden guards in the middle of the night, was this domineering? Or, Zhang Feng didn't dare to think further. It was better to stay a little further away from that foul place. At the very least, he had to wait for the emperor to settle all his affairs before he could enter the imperial court as an official. Otherwise, before Lao Tzu could enter the imperial court as an official, he would be King killed. At that time, he would have nowhere to cry. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng secretly made up his mind. In the future, if there was such an important matter in the imperial court, he didn't care who it was. In any case, whatever he could think of, the emperor had already thought of it. Fengzi. At this moment, a sound came from outside the door. When this voice rang out, it gave Zhang Feng a huge fright. The wine pot in his hand also fell to the ground, clang. There was a crisp sound. Now, there was no way he could dodge. Zhang Feng stood up, speechless. He shouted weakly, coming. You're rushing me. He didn't need to think to know that the person who came was the old elementary scholar. At the very least, no one would be able to imitate the old elementary scholar's voice. Opening the door, as expected, there was an old elementary scholar dressed in a gray robe standing at the door. However, behind him stood a girl who looked to be about 15 years old. The girl was dressed in a servant's uniform. At this moment, Guboli was waiting with a food box hanging on her neck. Her large eyes were looking at Zhang Feng from head to toe. Old elementary scholar, are you an old cow eating young grass? Hearing this, the old elementary scholar's face stiffened. You little imp. Serve old man some wine. Bring some good wine. Oh right, bring some good dishes too. The old elementary scholar glared at him, then walked around Zhang Feng, entered the small tavern, and sat down at the head of the table. The servant took the opportunity to sit beside the old elementary scholar. Without saying a word, she stared at Zhang Feng, which made Zhang Feng's hair stand on end. All right, wait a moment, I just made a pot of tiger bone soup. But this young lady, don't worry about her. She's here to thank me for writing a letter for her and finding her family. By the way, this old man is tired of the things in this basket. You're lucky. This is good stuff from Eason Pastry Shop. Eason Pastry Shop. Hearing this, Zhang Feng understood. Are they here for an inspection? Fine. My performance is a little bad. I heard that the Zhang family is not a famous family, but it is a little famous in Chang'an city. The daughter of the Zhang family is as beautiful as a fairy. But you should at least come in person, right? Why did you send a servant girl? Lao Tzu was a good young man from the 21st century. Marriage was such an important event. You should at least give me a few days to date, right? You're already forcing me to marry? Damn it, King know what's behind your back. Is it ugly or beautiful? Zhang Feng did not escape the description of beautiful women in the Tang dynasty. Voluptuous, that's a fat girl. I'm as skinny as a chick. If I marry a fat girl who weighs 300 pounds, then, Zhang Feng shuddered at the thought. This marriage must be cancelled. However, just as Zhang Feng was thinking about how to cancel the marriage, he was shocked to find that Old Ho and Old Madam Wang were at the entrance of the tavern again. Chapter 288. Old He and Old Madam Wang knew Chui. After meeting each other, they greeted each other. Old He stared at Zhang Feng. Feng, is this how you treat your guests? You don't even pour a cup of tea. Uncle He looked at Chui with a smile and took out a white clay pot from the counter. It was the last bit of tea leaves that Zhang Feng had stir-fried himself. Zhang Feng closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at it. The tea leaves of the Tang dynasty were all foam. What did the people here call it? He threw the tea leaves into the pot and boiled them for 2 hours. Then, he hugged the big bowl and drank all of it in one go. The taste. It was no different from Chinese medicine. No. It was slightly better than Coptis chinensis. His tea leaves were all collected from outside the city using his connections and money. He had needed almost a caddy of tea leaves himself. Looking at the big handful of tea leaves in Old He's hands and the old scholar's eyes, Zhang Feng knew that he had completely given up on the pot of tea leaves. She angrily chopped a braised chicken into pieces in the kitchen, making loud noises. Then, he grabbed a big handful of salt and sprinkled it. You're begging for death. A moment later, Zhang Feng slowly walked out of the kitchen with a large pot of stew containing all kinds of meat. Then, he gave everyone a small bowl of tiger bone soup and kept silent. What else could he say? Looking at the wine jar on the table and the tea leaves scattered everywhere, his heart ached. Ahem. The old scholar showed his generosity at this time. He said, "Everyone, let's eat. This little bastard is feeling sorry for his tea leaves today. Old man has heard of this before. I don't know if the palace has it, but I'm sure there's no such thing outside. And this meat, smell it. If Miss Zhang comes over, she definitely won't suffer any hardships. With Feng Zi's skills, he'll be able to earn a lot of money. Come on, let's eat." Little Chui had long forgotten what the old scholar had said. His hands were trembling as he held the wine bowl, and his cheeks were flushed red. Staring at the fragrant meat in the basin, she had long forgotten everything. After all, she lived in Xiang City with the sisters Zhang Yuyao. Usually, she could eat whatever the young miss ate. But compared to today's basin of meat, everything she ate before was pig swill. As for old Lady Wang, there was no need to even mention her. At this moment, he was staring at the meat in the bowl and had already pounced on it. Old he was still all right. At the very least, they had been following Zhang Feng around for a period of time. Moreover, they were also considered as Zhang Feng's elders here. They could not lose face. Seeing that Xiao Chui wasn't eating, the old scholar personally picked up a piece of pig intestine or chicken neck and threw it into Xiao Chui's bowl. Miss Chui, don't be so courteous. This will be your home in the future. Try Zhang Feng's cooking. When we go back, I'll ask Fengzi to bring some back for Miss and Mr. Zhang Feng. Okay. Thank you, old scholar. Thank you, young master. As she spoke, Xiao Chui imitated old Lady Wang and ate. The old scholar and old he looked at each other and then laughed. Come, let's drink. Ignoring Zhang Feng's twitching mouth and ignoring the two of them also started drinking by themselves. A bowl of wine went down their stomachs. Old he sighed. Sigh. What a waste of such good wine. It would be great if Mr. Zhang Feng could try it. Isn't that so? Mr. Zhang Feng, by the way, your father-in-law is in a lawsuit. There's still no news about it until now. What does it have to do with me? Zhang Feng pursed his lips and tore a piece of chicken breast meat, minding his own business. However, when the meat entered his mouth, he suddenly wondered if he had put sugar or salt in it just now. Why did it taste different from before? Was it more delicious? Zhang Feng couldn't help but stick his finger into the bowl, dipped it in a bit of thick soup, and licked it in his mouth. Instantly, his head hurt even more. No wonder they ate without caring about their image. Lao Tzu wanted to prick them to death, but instead, he brought out the freshness. Zhang Feng couldn't eat anymore. This meal wasn't even for eating. Zhang Feng pretended not to know and asked, Old scholar, since you're here today, let's get straight to the point. Okay. I'm waiting for the wine. Now, there's something I need your opinion on. The old scholar saw that and didn't hide it anymore. He said directly, Your father-in-law, this matter hasn't even been set in stone yet. You should at least let me see the girl, right? Zhang Feng directly interrupted the old scholar. The old scholar didn't mind. Fine. It's like this. Do you still remember what happened yesterday? One of the maidservants in Zhang Mansion had gotten a jade hairpin from somewhere. Moreover, it was one of the goods this time. Therefore, shopkeeper Zhang was very scared. He sent it directly to the yamen, but it's been almost 4 hours and she hasn't returned, not even a trace of news. So, the Zhang family is out of ideas, so they want you to come up with an idea to see what's going on? Zhang Feng frowned slightly when he heard this. This matter is a little difficult. The servant girl of the rich merchant got this jade hairpin from somewhere, and it was spread around the yamen yesterday. This is going to be difficult. The old scholar and the others heard this. Their expressions changed immediately. Fengzi, you have to think of a way to solve this matter. That's your father-in-law. Zhang Feng was speechless. How many times had he said it? Nothing was set in stone yet, and he was already addressing him as father-in-law? Zhang Feng couldn't help but stare at the old scholar angrily and roar in his heart. Why do men have to make things difficult for other men? Chapter 289. Zhang Feng was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that the old scholar was old, he would have beaten him up. Damn it, there was nothing going on. He hadn't even seen the girl yet, and he was already calling her father-in-law? He seriously suspected that the old Shiozai had taken a fancy to the servant girl in the mansion. Zhang Feng couldn't help but glance at Cui Er. Then, he looked at the old scholar. There was no need to rush. He actually saw a little similarity between the two of them. Could this girl be the old scholar's illegitimate daughter? In ancient times, there was an unwritten rule. When a young lady got married, her servant girl had to accompany her as a concubine. Could this girl be the old scholar's illegitimate daughter? Otherwise, why would he care so much about her? The old scholar sat and waited. He didn't see Zhang Feng speak. Instead, he saw Zhang Feng's eyes darting between him and Cui Er. Not only that, his face revealed an expression of understanding. The old scholar was so angry that he raised his chopsticks and scolded him. He said that it was Zhang Feng who ruined his reputation. He clearly thought that Zhang Feng was overflowing with talent, but he didn't say anything. He even wasted his time here. He couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. He thought that if he could find a wife for Zhang Feng, it would make Zhang Feng feel better. However, he didn't expect that Zhang Feng would be so cruel and unscrupulous, treating his good intentions as ill intent. In an instant, old lady Wang, old He, and even Zhu Zi's parents, who were squatting at the door, couldn't sit still. They surrounded Zhang Feng and scolded him. Zhang Feng was so embarrassed that he felt that he had wronged everyone. After a long time, the pot of meat was turned upside down. The 5 jars of wine also made everyone dizzy and shut their mouths. At this time, the old scholar dizzily patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and talked about business. Feng Zi, you have to worry about your father-in-law. I know you know the 4 great demon kings. Hurry up and find them and think of a way. So this was the old scholar's plan. Zhang Feng suddenly understood. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, all right, all right, all right. I'll go now. I must rescue shopkeeper Zhang today. You guys hurry up and leave today. I'll let Zi go later. Invite them over, okay? Zhang Feng directly asked him to leave. However, he knew that this wasn't a big deal. Since he hadn't returned yet, he was probably cooperating with the Yamen to find out who this jade hairpin belonged to. He would definitely return safe and sound today. He had seen the notice too. Even the Yamen had said that these things were not goods from the treasury. In other words, they were not goods transported out of the royal city. Moreover, these things were worth at most 100 copper coins. Who the hell would check for you? If you wanted, you could buy a few carriages in Chang'an city. Therefore, shopkeeper Zhang was only squatting in the Yamen symbolically to cooperate with the investigation. Finally, he sent away those people who were picking their teeth as they walked. Along the way, he also gave them some braised meat and a small jar of good wine. Only then did he send this group of demons away. However, what made Zhang Feng angry was that Cui Er, who was leaving, actually touched his hand and stuffed a piece of paper into his palm. He didn't know if it was intentional or not. Looking at the beautiful and hurried handwriting on the piece of paper, Zhang Feng suddenly had the illusion that he was in a middle school puppy love. I don't know you. I'm just curious today, so I sent Cui Er to meet you. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Zhang Mansion, Yuyao. Yuyao. Zhang Yuyao. And a talented woman. Zhang Feng's headache became bigger. He didn't know if it was intentional or not, but Cui Er was still at the door and didn't leave. She seemed to be waiting for a reply. Okay, Zhang Feng was also interested. This girl is interesting. She has some guts. He couldn't help but feel like he had found his first love. He simply wrote a poem on a piece of paper on the counter. Song Dynasty poet Lu Yong's Phoenix perches on the parasol as a return gift. Leaning against the dangerous building, the wind is gentle. Looking at spring's sorrow, the sky darkens. In the afterglow of the grass-colored smoke, who would be dispirited without words? To make shuang kuang to drunk. To drink and sing, forced music is tasteless. My belt is getting loose, but I don't regret it, I'm haggard for her. He wanted to see if Zhang Yuyao would reply with another poem. And most importantly, he wanted to shut the old scholar and the others' mouths. Otherwise, he would go crazy if he did this all day. When he folded the piece of paper into the shape of 1,000 paper cranes and handed it to Cui Er, the old scholar and the others who were hiding outside the door laughed and left. Zhang Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He slumped on the chair and fell into a deep sleep. He felt like he hadn't slept for 8 lifetimes. However, just as Zhang Feng was about to fall asleep, at the corner of the street, Cui carefully opened the paper crane with a red face. Under the gaze of old he and the others, the old scholar slowly read the poem. In an instant, the old scholar held the piece of paper in his hands and slapped old he on the shoulder with an excited look on his face. It's done. The marriage is done. Ha ha ha. What a good, I'm haggard for her. Good poem. Good thing. Chapter 290. In the June sky, there were more locusts than mosquitoes. In the sky, they kept circling and opening their mouths ferociously, swallowing everything they encountered. At this moment it was noon on the streets of Chang'an, but there were basically not many people walking on the streets. Most of them were hiding at home to enjoy the cool air. Some of them were squatting under the shade of the trees in 2s and 3s, flapping their straw fans. Zhang Feng was also hiding in the courtyard and refused to go out. It was not for any other reason. It was because Zhang Feng used the wooden board that he had changed previously and called a few carpenters to build a windmill according to his request. It was the kind of paper windmill that he played with when he was young. However, it was replaced with a wooden shaft. Then, large palm leaf fans made of whole palm leaves were inserted into the wooden shaft. Under Guzi's strenuous shaking, it brought a hint of coolness. Beside him, Zhu Zi's sister, steamed bun, and a large group of black children stared at Zhang Feng with their big eyes as he told them stories. Zhang Feng was tired of talking. In an instant, Zhu Zi would put an iron pot by Zhang Feng's mouth and let him take a sip. Then, Zhang Feng would exhale happily and eat the tiger jerky that steamed bun brought to him. Then, he would tell everyone happily again. He was tired of talking. Then, the jerky that he placed beside the reclining chair would become the children's delicacies. Guzi was very loyal. He did not participate in the battle to snatch the food. Instead, he hugged the handle of the windmill and refused to let go. This was the mission given to him by big brother Zhang Feng. Without Zhang Feng's orders, he would not teach it. Noon came to an end just like that. When the groups of words were fighting with the locusts in the air, Zhang Feng woke up. He looked at his arm and saw that there was not a single bump. The children in the courtyard did not make any noise either. Seeing him get up, Zhu Zi roared, "Stand up!" Instantly, all the children stood up in unison. "Hello, big brother Zhang Feng." "Good, good, good." "He he he. Come, let's not tell stories in the afternoon. I'm tired. Let's play a game, okay?" Zhang Feng didn't care whether the crowd agreed or not. He pulled out a wooden box from under the recliner. The tinkling sounds from inside instantly attracted the children's attention. As he spoke, Zhang Feng opened the box. There was a hidden compartment in the box, and there was a rolling steel column. Beside it was a string of sheep tendons tied to a stick. It was the only thing that was exposed outside the box. At this moment, Zhang Feng smirked. He pointed at the numbers in the box and said, "This is from 1 to 5, which means 1 is the smallest. If any of you can continuously eject marbles into this slot of 5, Big Brother will reward you with a gift, okay?" "All right." Although the children didn't understand pinball machines, when they heard Zhang Feng say that there was a gift, they couldn't help but be so excited that their eyes turned red. It was the first time Zhang Feng took the initiative to give them a gift. They really wanted to know what the gift was. Zhang Feng also taught them how to play in front of the children. Guzi also stretched his neck to take a look. "Look. Pull this stick, pull it to the side of the wooden box, and then let go. The marbles will stick out. Just like this." As he spoke, Zhang Feng fiercely ejected the marbles. However, God didn't give him an eye. He wanted to show off for once, but he messed up. The marbles actually landed on one of the boxes. The children burst into laughter. Zhang Feng was anxious. Again. Just now doesn't count. Big brother Zhang Feng is shameless. What shameless. I'm talking about 5 times per person. After 5 times, after everyone has played, the winner will be selected to participate in the second round. Zhu Zi and especially Steamed Bun's face were full of disbelief. Zhang Feng pretended not to see and ejected the marbles again. This time, the marbles landed on 2. Zhang Feng was anxious. Again. 1. Again. Again. At the end of the 5th time, he finally threw the marble into the grid of 5 while praying for it to happen. Alright, have you all seen it? This thing, let alone you all, even I can't hit all the marbles. So, all of you, line up and have fun. Alright. If anyone can play well, I'll give him a braised chicken. Among this group of people, besides Guzi, Zhu Zi was the tallest and strongest. Of course, he was the first to come. After 5 tries, he didn't exceed 3. The rest of the people were excited. Like birds, they chattered in front of the pinball machine, playing happily. Even Guzi couldn't resist the temptation in the end and joined in. Zhang Feng looked at the children, stood up unsteadily, and stretched. However, he accidentally saw that Li Shimin was standing behind the curtain, staring at the children and laughing. Oh, Lao Li is here. You're alone. Li Shimin waved his hand, not intending to disturb the children's fun. After entering the pub, Li Shimin looked Zhang Feng up and down and asked, Brother Zhang Feng, since you like children so much, I heard that the neighbor arranged a marriage for you. It's the daughter of Yisan pastry shop. Why don't you marry her earlier and have a few more children? Chapter 291. Li Shimin had actually been there for a long time. Just as Zhang Feng was telling this group of children a story, he arrived. But he didn't disturb Zhang Feng and the children. He also liked the story that Zhang Feng just told, especially the story of Zhu Yingtai turning into a butterfly, which made him deeply shocked. In the end, the pinball machine appeared, which made him frown slightly. Once this thing was opened, it would be a gambling device. Although Li Shimin also saw a slight business opportunity, since it was Zhang Feng's product, there was no problem at all, and he also saw a profit margin from it. For some reason, Li Shimin's mind was now full of business principles. Maybe he learned this from Zhang Feng, or maybe it was because he was short of money now. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was a little uncomfortable, and he stared at Li Shimin and said, I say, Lao Li, are you also here to laugh at me? What the hell is this? You tell me, I haven't even seen the girl's face, and you've already arranged it for me? You should at least let me see what the girl looks like, right? You tell me, what kind of logic is this? I haven't even agreed, and you've already arranged it for me? Zhang Feng complained, and Li Shimin just laughed and shook his head. I say, Brother Zhang Feng. I don't know what kind of skills you learned after leaving your hometown, but you can't have this kind of thinking. Our ancestors once taught us that the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words should be carried out. Although your parents are no longer around, I still envy your neighbors. It's a good thing that they are worried about you. Besides, that old scholar looks like he's been through a lot. With his foresight, why are you afraid? I advise you to make some preparations. Prepare a decent betrothal gift, and then settle the marriage. Zhang Feng heard this and his face turned black. Hey! I say, Lao Li, are you also here to be a lobbyist? No, no. Li Shimin held back his laughter. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, Actually, I've heard of the daughter of the Zhang family. Her beauty is not worse than those concubines in the palace. She is even prettier than them. Do you know the Empress's rules? I heard that girls can recite it backwards. Marrying you is not a disgrace to you. No, no. Zhang Feng shook his head repeatedly. It's not even close yet. Oh right, how did you know about this? Could it be that you were also sent here by the old scholar? No, it was just a coincidence yesterday. Old Cheng's son went to the government office to handle some matters and happened to meet shopkeeper Zhang. When he was chatting with him, he heard about this matter, so Tai Niu went back to tell his father. Ha ha ha, old Xing might have already started preparing a congratulatory gift for you at home. You know everything? Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yes. I know everything. But you don't have to worry. Shopkeeper Zhang is fine. He was just drinking with Tai Niu and missed the time. He went back last night. Was Zhang Feng concerned about this? Not at all. What the hell was he worried about? He just felt that he would not have the face to meet old Sheng and the others in the future. What the hell was this? Damn the feudal mindset. Why were girls not allowed to go out on the streets? Why did they have to listen to the matchmaker when it came to marriage? What kind of logic was this? Oh right. Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng did not want to talk about this matter. He curiously pursed his lips and looked at the noise outside the curtain. He asked, "You like these children very much?" More or less. I'm so bored that my balls hurt. I went to the old scholar and the others. They always follow me around and talk about marriage. I can only find children to play with. You know the old saying, a man has to start a career before starting a family. Do you think the old scholar doesn't understand this principle? He's really old and muddle-headed. Enough, enough. Li Shimin was speechless. However, she rolled her eyes and asked, I saw you telling them stories, but in the end, they are just the children of slaves. They can't read and will definitely be slaves in the future. Why don't you teach them how to read? Too lazy. Zhang Feng said bluntly. Lao Tzu will enter the palace in the future. How can he have the time to teach them how to read? Last time I asked the old scholar. If he was willing, I would put in the money and effort to set up a school for him. That old man refused. Let me guess, will I do it? Li Shimin curled his lips. He did not believe Zhang Feng's nonsense. He had seen Zhang Feng teach a dog called Juzi and steamed bun how to read. Moreover, those children were holding black charcoal and drawing on the streets. It was hard not to notice. Li Shimin did not notice anything before. But when he came today, an idea bloomed in his mind. Then, he mysteriously moved closer to Zhang Feng and asked, Brother Zhang Feng, can I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin suspiciously. Looking at his smirk, he was definitely up to no good. Li Shimin rubbed his hands and said slowly, Why don't you build a school? I'll buy a house. I can even build one now. Not going. You, Lao Li, must be up to no good, right? Chapter 292. Li Shimin pulled a long face. How can you say that? Aren't I thinking for your sake? Can't you listen to me for once? Fine, fine, fine. You're awesome. Go ahead. Zhang Feng begged for mercy and allowed Li Shimin to continue. He wanted to see what kind of fart Li Shimin was holding back. Let him teach. Furthermore, they were a bunch of wild children who didn't know anything. Forget it. The Li family is rich and powerful. You can afford to hire a teacher. If you want to do good, go ahead and do it. It's like this. Aren't you going to be an official in the imperial court in the future? If you do this, not only will you gain a high reputation in Chang'an city, but you will also gain the recognition of Confucianism. In the future, even if you enter the imperial court, won't the emperor think highly of you? This, Zhang Feng hesitated. In the future, he would indeed enter the imperial court as an official. However, it was too troublesome to run an academy. Moreover, he could not even pass the imperial college's test. How could he do it? Moreover, how could he teach those brats alone? Now that old Li had brought this up, it must be because he was still thinking about how he had tricked Li Gan. This was unacceptable. This was unacceptable. He would not die of exhaustion, but he would definitely die of anger. He was only 20 years old. At the thought of those teachers in the future, each and every one of them, Zhang Feng could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. Seeing this, Li Shimin hurriedly said, I know you're thinking that there will be too many people and you won't be able to handle it alone, right? You don't want this. It's not that. Lao Li, have you thought about it? This matter is not as simple as you think. Have you thought about the Imperial College? Will the Imperial College allow such a thing to appear under its nose? Moreover, you know my temperament. The things I teach are all things that are different from this era. Why don't we just chat and brag? Why do you have to bring this matter to that? Once this matter is settled, I don't think I'll be able to wait until I enter the Imperial Court as an official. I'll be killed by those old fogies in the Imperial Court. Lao Li, you're setting me up. Li Shimin was stunned. Previously, his plan was too perfect. Moreover, he was also eager to lure out the people from the Guanlong group. He also wanted to clean up the Imperial Court. However, if Zhang Feng opened an academy, he would spend a lot of money to select the world's elites and then put them in Zhang Feng's academy. This way, he would only need a year to clean up all those things in the Imperial Court. At that time, he would have a replacement. At that time, he would truly be able to enjoy life. Those pedantic people in the Imperial Court, as well as the people from the Guanlong group, would be like flies buzzing in his ears as long as he didn't get rid of them. He was annoyed. Brother Zhang Feng. Don't worry about this. Aren't we in love with Lord Zhangsun now? Moreover, we have a little relationship with the Imperial Court now. Don't worry about the Imperial College. Since I, Lao Li, dared to say it, I'll definitely settle this matter for you. Let me ask you one question. Are you going to do it or not? This is a chance for you to soar to the top. It's not that I don't want to do it. Zhang Feng spread his hands. In fact, he was also a little tempted. However, when he thought of the Guanlong group, his head hurt. Lao Li, I don't know if you know that most of the people in the Imperial College are Guanlong's people. What do you think I'm doing? I'm destroying their foundation. What do people hate the most in life? It's nothing more than seizing other people's family property, killing their parents, brothers, wives, and children. However, in the Imperial Court, I'm destroying their career. As long as this matter is exposed, both of us will be finished. How can this be? Li Shimin was also anxious. Zhang Feng still had his misgivings. He hurriedly said, You don't know. Last night, when we were drinking with Lord Zhangsun, I knocked him over with a jar of good wine. Guess what? He revealed a secret. The Emperor is going to make a move on Guanlong's people. If you set up an academy at this time, you'll definitely attract the Emperor's attention. Think about it, what are you doing? You're helping the Emperor. Moreover, you've helped him so much before. Will he not care about your safety? Let's not talk about anything else. As long as I talk to my connections in the Imperial Court, they can ensure your safety. What do you think? I won't do it. No matter what you say, I won't go. Zhang Feng shook his head like a rattledrum. However, he was stunned. That's not right. Lao Li, are you trying to set me up again? For the first time, Zhang Feng realized that Lao Li's mouth was actually so good at talking. Previously, he was the one who tricked Lao Li, but now, he was being tricked by Lao Li? How could this be? Li Shimin was stunned when he heard this. But who was he? After thinking about it, he instantly understood what was going on. He smiled and patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder, Brother. I'm rich now, but when I think about your future, I can't sleep all night. So I thought about it with Old Wei and the others, and after seeing it today, I thought of this idea. Think about it, if we can help you suppress the matter of Guanlong, would you do it? On one hand, it can accumulate your reputation. When the time comes, if you can obtain the recognition of the Great Confucian before entering the Imperial Court and become a Great Confucian scholar, even the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, as well as the Guanlong group, will have to think about your weight. How about it? Do you want to do it? This. Chapter 293. Zhang Feng was a little hesitant. If Lao Li could really get Zhang Sun Wuji to take action to ensure his safety, and if the emperor was really going to take action against Guanlong, then, this could be done. Right now, the attitude of the 5 families and the 7 hopes was still unclear. That was to say, the 5 families and the 7 hopes didn't really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with the imperial court. Then, if it was just Guanlong, and the emperor was really prepared to make a move, wouldn't that mean that no one would notice his little library? As for the great Confucian, Zhang Feng was confident. He could just pull out something from his memories and he would be able to take care of them. If it really didn't work, then Lao Tzu could recite all the 300 poems of the Tang dynasty. Let's see if anyone could take it. The more he thought about it, the more the light in Zhang Feng's eyes burned. As long as he became a great Confucian, even if he entered the palace in the middle of the night, no one would dare to stop him. The title of a generation of literati, in this era, would allow him to do whatever he wanted. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng felt excited. Asking Li Shimin, after seeing the passion in Zhang Feng's eyes, finally let go of the worry in his heart. In his opinion, this time, the bluff was successful. Zhang Feng agreed. Sure enough. At this moment, Zhang Feng slammed the table and said with excitement in his eyes, Lao Li, this time we'll do it. But the premise is to ensure our safety. After all, Guanlong's power is too great. With our current status, he can crush us with his little finger. Don't worry about this. Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. I heard from Lord Zhangsun about this matter last night. The emperor is already planning for this matter. Who is the emperor? That's the emperor. You also said that the emperor can think of anything that you can think of. Do you think the emperor will let such a thing happen? And right under our noses? Good, good, good. With your words, our Zhang Feng is relieved. But let me say this first. You don't even know how to read a single word, so don't bother me. If you can find a teacher, it would be best if you can invite the old Shiozai over. I understood. Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng and said with a smile, do you think I don't know you? He is so lazy that he is famous in Chang'an. You only care about those who are talented and intelligent, right? That's enough. Just keep this matter in your heart. Do you think anyone is qualified to learn it? Then he'll have to ask the Lord Zhangsun's Ministry of Justice first. Moreover, when the time comes to set up the academy, you will be the one to set all the rules. I know you have a lot of bad habits. Hearing this, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was also thinking about how to make this matter perfect. After all, if he wanted to do something, he had to do it well. Just thinking about this identity was exciting. He would not have to kneel when he saw the emperor. This was the power of a great scholar. With a wave of his hand, all the students in the world would respond. When he stood at the imperial city gates, a large group of students wearing white student robes would kneel on both sides of the road and shout his name in unison. At that time, he would be able to swagger around the imperial city with girls in his arms. Just thinking about it was exciting. However, Zhang Feng knew that all this was just what Lao Li had said to him when he saw him playing with the children, and what he said to Lao Xiu last time. Lao Li must have heard it and brought it back to him. This was not the purpose of his visit this time. By the way, Lao Li, why are you here this time? Can't I come for a visit if there's nothing? Li Shimin minded his own business and went to get a jar of wine. He picked up a bag of tiger jerky from the counter and said, Tiger jerky. Brother, you are so unlucky. I've been here for so long, and you don't intend to take out such good stuff for me to try? Didn't I forget? You're always talking about this and that. Zhang Feng felt a little wronged. Li Shimin opened the oiled paper package. In an instant, a spicy and peppercorn smell filled his nose, making his appetite, which had no appetite during this period of time, salivate leisurely. The jerky was only 2 fingers wide and as long as a chopstick. It was very hard. However, it was very chewy. Li Shimin poured a bowl of wine for Zhang Feng and took a big gulp before saying, "Even though I've eaten all kinds of delicacies, your food is still the best. By the way, brother Zhang Feng, why don't I call the residence's chef over and you can teach him, get lost?" Zhang Feng was anxious. "I knew that you, Lao Li, don't have good intentions. Let's not talk about how I tricked your son last time. Now you're thinking about my ability? This is my only source of income when I become an official in the future. Don't you dare snatch it from me. In the future, these things will be given to the emperor at critical moments to save his life. I won't give it to you." Zhang Feng shook his head like a rattledrum. What a joke. He would not give this stuff to ordinary people. If this stuff were to spread, with the brains of these people in this era, he was sure that this stuff would be available all over the Tang dynasty in less than a year. Wouldn't he suffer a loss then? How much money would it cost? By then, he would marry dozens of wives and have a bunch of children. What would he use to support them? With that little salary, it would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Li Shimin was a little speechless. Didn't I just say it? Chapter 294. You can't even talk about it. You're always thinking about what I have. You're really guarding against fire, theft, and brothers. If you want to eat it, then come. When the time comes, I'll exchange this thing for benefits from the emperor. I guarantee that you'll be the first to pass it on. I'll also let you, Lao Li, have a family craft. Li Shimin was amused when he heard this. So, what you said before can't be passed down? That thing can be passed down, but sooner or later, those secrets will be learned by others. But this ingredient of mine has a secret recipe. As long as you keep the secret recipe, I guarantee that in the future, your Li family will definitely rely on this thing to be immortalized for generations. Really? Li Shimin was also interested. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin, who was holding 2 pieces of tiger jerky and chewing it. You'll know when you see it. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. This is good stuff. When the time comes, we'll be brothers. If I eat a mouthful of meat, you won't miss a mouthful of soup, Lao Li. What are you afraid of? Isn't your business doing well now? Just that cooperative and the salt-making technique is enough for you to earn money that you won't be able to spend in 8 lifetimes. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin with disdain. He was minding his own business as he tore the jerky. It would have been better if he didn't hear this. Once he heard this, Li Shimin put down his wine bowl and sighed. Brother, you don't know. This time, Guanlong is coming aggressively. Many of my businesses have been affected. Especially Long Yu, he can't advance, retreat, and retreat. What do you think I should do? It would have been better if he didn't talk about business. Once he talked about business, Li Shimin was full of complaints. As he spoke, there were faint signs that he was about to cry. Seeing this, Zhang Feng felt a headache. Hey! Isn't it just this trivial matter? Don't worry. Let me tell you, this Guanlong group is a grasshopper after autumn. It won't be able to jump around for more than a few days. At this point, Zhang Feng glanced at the door mysteriously. Then, under Li Shimin's puzzled gaze, he said in a low voice, "To tell you the truth, they're finished." Li Shimin was stunned when he heard that. Almost finished? How come I didn't know about it? My head is about to explode because of Guanlong. Yet you're saying that he's done for. Are you kidding me? That was the Guanlong group. The 8 great clans, which had been operating for over 100 years, were about to be destroyed. Brother Zhang Feng, please don't use this matter to brush me off. Don't worry, I understand this matter. Li Shimin shook his head in distress. Hey! You still don't believe me? Zhang Feng simply rolled up his sleeves and hooked Li Shimin's neck. He pointed at his own nose and said, "So, you think that I, Zhang Feng, am joking?" Li Shimin didn't say anything. He only looked at Zhang Feng's indifferent expression and smiled disdainfully. Zhang Feng wasn't willing. Come, come, come. Let me help you. Although I, Zhang Feng, am usually not very serious, but look at that matter of mine. Does it look like a joke? Li Shimin heard this and frowned slightly. It seemed like it really was. Every time Zhang Feng said something, it would come true. And every time he didn't care, reality would give him a hard slap in the face. This made Li Shimin puzzled. He hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang Feng, you said that Guanlong is finished. Where did this come from? Don't keep me in suspense. Okay. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. How can I not be anxious? Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's neck and said, this time, Guanlong's forces were suppressed by the emperor. They will definitely take action. You only need to shrink all the industries under your hands. If that's not possible, sell all the industries suppressed by Guanlong's forces. Then, concentrate all the major industries near the waterways. Li Shimin was surprised. Brother Zhang Feng, what do you mean? Zhang Feng said faintly, because the Guanlong forces are about to be finished. Li Shimin was speechless. It was this sentence again. This was the second time Zhang Feng said this sentence today. But Li Shimin saw from all the information, documents, and everything else that Guanlong's forces were preparing for a big action. How could a force that had existed for more than 100 years be so easy to deal with? It's almost finished. I think you're saying that I'm almost finished. But Li Shimin also knew Zhang Feng's ability. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhang Feng, don't beat around the bush. Just say it directly. This is making me anxious. Li Shimin poured a bowl of wine for Zhang Feng and smiled bitterly. Seeing Li Shimin like this, Zhang Feng leisurely drank a mouthful of wine and said slowly, Lao Li, think about it. I told you about the plan to deal with Tubo. Think about it first, then think about what I'm saying now. While speaking, Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's neck and said, think about it carefully. Li Shimin's face suddenly changed. He remembered that Zhang Feng had also told him about the plan to deal with Tubo and the Turks in the tavern. Could it be that this time, Brother Zhang Feng also wanted to use this method to deal with Guanlong's forces? But how could a cooperative fight against Guanlong? Li Shimin couldn't help but ask hurriedly, Brother Zhang Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. You are making me anxious. Chapter 295. Li Shimin was really anxious. This time, he came to the pub to drown his sorrows. Although the last matter was resolved in a domineering manner, the Guanlong forces in the court made Li Shimin want to kill people every day when he went to court. Moreover, he had to face all kinds of impeachment memorials every day. He couldn't stand it anymore. From the information he just received, the Guanlong forces seemed to be making a big move this time, but he didn't know what it was. This made Li Shimin anxious. So, he hurried to the pub. He just happened to encounter the matter of Zhang Feng and the child, which made Li Shimin tell him his plan to eliminate the court. That is, he wanted Zhang Feng to help him get some pillars. Although it was impossible to learn many skills in a year, it was enough for him to have one of Zhang Feng's skills. At the very least, after he eliminated the court, there would be no vacancy in the court. If it weren't for Zhang Feng talking about the industry at the end, he would have forgotten the purpose of this visit. However, Zhang Feng said that Guanlong was about to be finished. Moreover, he even mentioned the matter of Tubo. This made Li Shimin shocked. The plan to deal with Tubo and other countries last time was premeditated from the beginning. And to deal with those uncivilized places, it was okay, but Guanlong was different. Seeing Li Shimin anxious, Zhang Feng said faintly, Brother, you are still anxious. You didn't think of the cooperative I set up before? You didn't think of the relationship between the salt-making technique and the plan to deal with Tubo and other countries? You didn't think of the 8 rivers transportation I asked you to set up before? What is it? Buzz. Li Shimin's head exploded in an instant. Are you saying that the 8 rivers transportation broke through the blockade of the Guanlong trade route last time, was the beginning of the plan? I can understand this, but what is the salt-making technique in the cooperative you mentioned? The art of making salt is easy to say, but this cooperative, anyone can learn it. When the time comes, Guanlong will not use it? Li Shimin threw out 3 questions. Zhang Feng smiled. He waved his hand to calm Li Shimin down. Then he said slowly, Lao Li. You're thinking too much. Let me tell you about this 8 water transportation. You should know about the Silk Road, right? And now, all the trade routes are built on the Silk Road. I really wonder why you didn't even think of this until now. What kind of business is this? I don't believe that you, Lao Li, don't know about the Silk Road. Well, I was too excited and forgot about it. Li Shimin hurriedly laughed it off. The Silk Road you're talking about is... Zhang Feng saw that Li Shimin still didn't understand. He sighed and said, Lao Li, I wonder how you do business. I've already pointed out the waterways to you, and you still don't understand? Okay, I'll explain it to you. Remember this. I think the Emperor should be implementing it now. Let me ask you, where does this waterway lead to? Li Shimin said without thinking, the Yellow River and the Great River. Zhang Feng nodded. Then where do you think these 2 places lead to? Up, the Great River leads to Bazhou and enters Tufan, and down to Hangzhou and into the sea. The same goes for the Yellow River. It goes up to Longyu Road and down to Cangzhou and the sea. You don't want to take such a natural waterway, why do you insist on taking the dry road? Are you stupid? The trade route is blocked by you, and you still want to go up. Don't you know how to be flexible and take other trade routes? In this case, I've calculated for you. You usually buy a batch of goods from Jinla, and it takes more than a month to travel on the dry road, or half a month if it's better. But if you take the waterway, you can reach Jinla from Chang'an in less than 10 days. Think about it, what does this mean? Li Shimin was shocked. He had never thought about this. He simply thought that Zhang Feng only wanted to solve the siege of Chang'an, but he never thought that Zhang Feng would make such an arrangement. If this arrangement was implemented, not only could it be implemented on the trade route, but it could also allow the military forces of the Tang dynasty to reach any place in a short time. And it would be faster. What was this? This was an opportunity. A fleeting opportunity. If the situation was as Zhang Feng said, then the soldiers of the Tang dynasty could reach Longyu from Chang'an in 1 day by boat. 1 day. If they had to travel on the dry road, what did this mean? Li Shimin couldn't help but think of the story of the 3 Kingdoms period. Burning camps. That's right. Why would I neglect the essentials and focus on the trifles? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Zhang Feng didn't say anything wrong, and he didn't say any great principles. Instead, he just talked about the current dilemma and some things that the Tang dynasty must have. It could also be said that they forgot some things. Li Shimin sighed. Brother Zhang Feng, I understand. You mean to connect all the roads in the Tang dynasty? Yes. Not bad, you finally understand. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Then he let go of Li Shimin. It was hot. But... Zhang Feng frowned slightly. I think that when the 8 rivers of Chang'an were opened, His Majesty should have made arrangements. Otherwise, I believe that His Majesty wouldn't let those people go because Guanlong wantonly created public opinion and prepared to kill Qing Yaojin. But now, he hasn't done anything, which can only mean one thing. What is it? Although Li Shimin was flustered at this time, if he could think of this, would he still come? But he also wanted to know what Zhang Feng was talking about. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously, the Maritime Silk Road. Buzz. Chapter 296. Brother Zhang Feng, are you telling the truth? You're saying that His Majesty has already thought of this? Li Shimin really wanted to ask why he didn't know about this. But in the end, he held himself back. When Zhang Feng saw Li Shimin grabbing his hand excitedly, he shook it off in disgust. He said speechlessly, "Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? If His Majesty can't even think of this, then he doesn't deserve to be His Majesty." Pfft! When Li Shimin heard this, he almost spat a mouthful of wine on Zhang Feng's face. "This bastard, he's taking every opportunity to insult me. Brother Zhang Feng, you're being ridiculous. Just tell me, what does this waterway have to do with maritime navigation? And as far as I know, the seaside is basically a piece of land with nothing to show for it. How could such a poor place form a new trade route?" Zhang Feng was speechless. "Tell me, how did the western region become a golden trade route when it's filled with King sand?" He really wanted to bring Lao Li to the modern world and let him see Shenzhen and other places. At that time, he probably wouldn't say this. Lao Li, no matter what, as long as someone walks on it, it will form a route. Let me ask you, since you often go to the various countries in the western region to do business, where did the merchants of the Tang dynasty go on the furthest route? Li Shimin frowned, and a map of the western region flashed in his mind. As far as I know, the furthest route is the black-clad Abbasid Caliphate. After that, it seems to be a sea, yes. The sea. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin. Let me ask you, you've been doing business for many years. Can you calculate how long it will take to reach the black-clad Abbasid Caliphate if there are no natural disasters blocking the way? Probably, at least half a year. Li Shimin was a little uncertain. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder. Brother, half a year. You know, if the fleet of the Tang dynasty directly buys things from Jinla, with the power of the five-tooth warships and the assistance of the iron sheet boats, do you believe that the caravan of the Tang dynasty can reach Hai in only 1 month? Do you believe it? Furthermore, do you know what's on the other side of the sea? At this moment, Li Shimin's mind was already a mess. 1 month. Half a year. He finally remembered some things from the previous dynasty. Emperor Yang of Sui was preparing to establish maritime trade, which was the Maritime Silk Road. Since the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, such things had already existed. Even in the Qin and Han dynasties, and even the previous dynasties, why didn't he think of it? He had always been thinking about how to make the Tang dynasty prosperous, but why did he forget about this? At this moment, he could not help but recall the Silk Road on the sea that he had seen in the secret history. He had actually forgotten about all of this. Li Shimin's face was burning. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin, who was lost in thought, and did not say anything. He knew that Li Shimin was now enlightened. After all, these things were things that even the ancestors knew. It was understandable that a small businessman like Lao Li did not remember. However, the emperor must also be preparing for this at this time. In this matter, he only played the role of adding fuel to the fire. The one who really made this matter have a real effect was the emperor. He believed that the emperor must have thought of this point. It was only a matter of time. After all, even if the emperor did not remember, he still had someone by his side, Wei Zheng. He also had Zhang Sun Wuji, who was smarter than a monkey. He even had Fang Mao and Du Duan. How could Li Shimin not know these things? Now that he had made the fuse of the 8 rivers, and Li Shimin did not think of it, then there must be someone in the imperial court who knew about it. The opening of Hainan Airlines was also the best solution that Zhang Feng came up with to deal with Guanlong. You, Guanlong, are awesome. You occupied a mountain and became a king. You monopolized the Silk Road of the Tang dynasty. You are awesome. However, Lao Tzu started his business from the waterways. You can't do anything to me, right? Moreover, the emperor has the most awesome 5-tooth warship of this era. He also has Lao Tzu's iron sheet boat. If you have the ability, you can go too. Lao Tzu's iron sheet boat can't kill you. In fact, he was doing this to save his own life. After all, he had caused too many things in the past. Moreover, he was in Chang'an city where crooks mixed in with honest folk. Although his appearance was inconspicuous now, as long as Guanlong wanted to find out the manufacturing method of the official salt and his information, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Even if he did not make a move now, when he went to the imperial court, Guanlong would make a move on him. This was why Zhang Feng was not willing to enter the imperial court in the beginning. Instead, he had to wait for that broken system to be activated. He could not afford to offend those people. Moreover, it was in this era where human life was cheaper than a dog's. Therefore, he needed to borrow some people's hands to help him get rid of the obstacles before he entered the imperial court. It was also at this time that Li Shimin took a deep breath. Without saying anything, he stood up excitedly and bowed. Brother Zhang Feng, you are the living Zhuge. Lao Li, I admire you. Don't. Zhang Feng waved his hand. Zhuge, I said that he is my disciple. Moreover, this is something that I must do. Think about it, with my talent, once I enter the imperial court, I will definitely be a thorn in the eyes of the 5 clans and 7 Wang, as well as Guanlong. A small shrimp like me, if I don't plan ahead, then when the time comes, before I even enter that place, there will only be a cup of yellow soil left. But, Li Shimin asked doubtfully, although you said so, but the matter of the cooperative, isn't it also helping Guanlong's arrogance? This is something that I have never understood. Sigh. Lao Li, you don't understand. This is a big gift from me, Zhang Feng, to them. The moment I enter the imperial court, Lao Tzu will make them spit out everything, including interest. I have a big move waiting for them. You can rest assured and do your business. Chapter 297. What big move? Li Shimin was shocked. He had always wondered why Zhang Feng was so against Guanlong. But now he understood. And he also understood why Zhang Feng was not in a hurry to enter the imperial court. It was not that he did not want to go, but he was worried. He also deeply hated Guanlong, but he could not find an opportunity to kill him. He had doubts in his heart. Now he finally understood why Zhang Feng was so determined to kill Guanlong. This guy was a coward. If Guanlong was not killed, he did not plan to enter the imperial court. Li Shimin couldn't help but recall what Zhang Feng had said about the cooperative, as well as what he had said about preparing a big move. Brother Zhang Feng, you said you planned to kill Guanlong before entering the imperial court. Are you going to rely on this sea trade? Zhang Feng shook his head. Obviously, he was talking too much. I'll cook it for you. What about this matter? In fact, I've been planning since the beginning of the salt-making technique. But this Jinla was just an accident. Even if he did not meet me, he would have established diplomatic relations with the Tang dynasty. It's just that I made a lot of money for you and me. But have you ever thought about how you will establish trade routes without goods? Li Shimin stroked the beard on his chin and nodded slightly. You're right, but you want to talk about the cooperative, right? Do you think Guanlong's people will take advantage of it? Yes. Li Shimin nodded with a solemn face. With Guanlong's financial resources and power, it's inevitable that they will not do this. If I do this, won't he be accumulating wealth? Instead, it will help them this time. Zhang Feng smiled. Pointing at himself, he said with a smile, Lao Li, who do you think made this thing? You. That's right. This is made by Lao Tzu. Do you think I, Zhang Feng, will lose out? Li Shimin pursed his lips. It would be great if you could suffer a loss. That's it. Our Zhang Feng is not only here with our brothers, but also here in my neighborhood. This is all because Lao Tzu is willing. So, Guanlong? Who does he think he is? Right? I'll let him take advantage of me, right? Zhang Feng said it very arrogantly, but Li Shimin had to nod and admit it. Zhang Feng was really good to the people he trusted. But, outsiders? Goodbye. Take his tavern for example. Although he was lazy, he could also do a good job in the pub, but he just wouldn't do it. Such delicious food, he would rather let the slaves eat it than use it to make money. Why? Just because of his words, you can't buy my willingness with money. Sometimes, Li Shimin really admired Zhang Feng. But this time, he couldn't understand Zhang Feng. He asked, then why did you make such a big fuss about this cooperative? You don't understand, right? Zhang Feng smiled slyly. Old Li, take a guess. Who's the one running this cooperative in the end? The Emperor. That's right. Zhang Feng patted the back of Li Shimin's head. You taste it. You taste it. Don't worry. After saying that, he took the bowl of wine and drank happily. Li Shimin, however, was deeply shocked. Was there a need to think about it? He was the one running this cooperative. And this cooperative, as well as the production of the banknotes, were all done by him personally. How could he not know? But he still couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand the twists and turns. Li Shimin couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhang Feng, I still don't quite understand what you're talking about. Although the Emperor is in charge of this cooperative, but, what's the difference? There's a big difference. Zhang Feng sighed. Lao Li, you're lucky you didn't become an official. Otherwise, you'd still be counting money for others after being sold. Li Shimin's mouth twitched. Brother Zhang Feng, let's not talk about this, okay? Okay. Then let's talk about this. This is the Emperor's idea. Think about it, why does the Emperor want to do it himself? That's because the Emperor wants to centralize power. As long as all the wealth in the world is in his hands, coupled with his power, think about it. He has money and power. What is he afraid of? This, Li Shimin was shocked. While Li Shimin was stunned, Zhang Feng continued, Brother. Think about the banknotes from before. Are they not legal? They're gone just like that. But these banknotes are personally issued by the Emperor. Think about it. As a businessman, which one would you be interested in? One is issued by an aristocratic family, and the other is issued by the government. Which one would you choose? When the time comes, as long as the maritime trade starts, the Emperor can wave his hand and refuse to accept any banknotes that aren't issued by the government. Do you think Guanlong can sit still? When the time comes, I'm afraid that those businessmen will tear him apart alive. Moreover, this is only the initial stage of my plan. At this point, Zhang Feng's voice paused. He whispered into Li Shimin's ear, Lao Li, remember my big move. Don't tell anyone. Don't worry. Li Shimin was excited. He wanted to hear what other big moves Zhang Feng had. Zhang Feng said word by word, when I enter the court, I must give the Emperor a big gift. And this gift is the thing that will completely destroy Guanlong. What thing? The bank. Chapter 298. What's a bank? Li Shimin was confused again. Zhang Feng's face showed a trace of reminiscence. This word was familiar to him, yet strange at the same time. It was familiar because here, he could only use some things from the future to remind him of his identity. He had to let the protagonist remember that he, Zhang Feng, was an earthling at all times. Otherwise, even his last trace of hope would not exist. Even now, many people in his memory could only be remembered when he dreamed in the middle of the night. However, he could only remember their voices and smiles, or some familiar yet strange names. However, the blurry faces made him panic. He screamed desperately in his dreams, trying to remember the faces that flashed past quickly. However, as time passed, the faces of Old Li, Old Scholar, and the others began to appear among the blurry faces of these people. Zhang Feng sighed and said, a bank. You can just treat it as a bank. But my bank is more unique than the current bank in the current cooperative. It is something recognized by the royal family. Think about the cooperative, and this thing is much better than the cooperative. It is more authoritative. What do you think? After talking for so long, this thing was a bank? Although he didn't understand anything else, he still understood the principle of a bank. At this time, the cooperative had a little shadow of a bank. But he didn't understand why Zhang Fenghua didn't directly name it a bank, but instead created a cooperative. But now he understood. When the time came, once the bank operated by the current emperor was officially opened, including this cooperative, then, it was hard to imagine how huge the accumulated wealth would be at that time. And at that time, the alleys would be mature. How many merchants would be attracted by the alleys and boats that could save so much time? How many places along the coast would become prosperous? Li Shimin did not dare to think about it. There was no need to think about it. When the time came, all he needed to do was wave his hand, and to board the boat. All the goods must have the documents written by him personally. But if it was the documents, then what? Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted? Li Shimin couldn't help but be overjoyed. But at the same time, he was shocked and hurriedly asked, according to what you said, from the very beginning, you had already thought about how to arrange everything? More or less. Zhang Feng said lazily, in fact, at the beginning, I didn't think so much. But since the cooperative was not set up, I already had this idea. You don't care about the price of grain, vegetables, noodles, or meat, but I care. Don't you think it's a pain in the ass to see that the price of this thing changes every day? And sometimes, if you're late, you won't be able to buy it. What's more, the Guanlong Group's businesses are all over Chang'an. Their goods are more complete than others. There are even some things that you can't buy anywhere else. Tell me, are you angry? So, you've been plotting since then? That is to say, the last time we came to eat barbecue, you also deliberately added salt? That Tao doesn't exist. Zhang Feng waved his hand. The last time, he really didn't do it on purpose. After all, that thing was also a big gift that he prepared to give to the emperor. Perhaps when he entered the imperial court as an official, he would present this thing. The emperor might be happy and even become sworn brothers with him. How could he be so stupid? Last time, if you didn't go, you might not know about this thing until now. If I don't even trust you and hide it from you, who else can I trust? Zhang Feng spread his hands. He expressed his innocence. Li Shimin was a little embarrassed. He had doubts about such a stupid question. How could he say it out loud? But since he had already said it, he didn't care anymore. Brother Zhang Feng, thank you for clearing my doubts. After talking to you today, Lao Li, I really feel like I'm reborn. Li Shimin was filled with endless emotions. Come, today, I'll toast you with your wine. Good. Zhang Feng didn't decline and drank a bowl of wine with Li Shimin. Speaking of which, your father's birthday is coming soon. If there's nothing else, why don't you tell me a time and I'll go over to congratulate him and resolve the conflict between the two of you? Li Shimin was shocked when he heard that. He hurriedly prevaricated. Well, isn't it because of Guanlong's matter? I've already arranged for my father to go to Longyu Road, so I'm not going to do it this year. Is that so? Zhang Feng didn't care when he heard that. I was thinking of going to your house to get acquainted with it, but now it seems that I can only wait for the next time. All right, when I leave later, I'll bring those 10 jars of wine back. That's the congratulatory gift I prepared for your father. What do you think? I'm a good brother, right? Li Shimin's face turned red. Tears rolled in his eyes. He wanted to reveal his identity, but after thinking about it, he could only slap Zhang Feng's shoulder hard. Good brother, come. Let's drink this bowl of wine. Chapter 299. In the end, Li Shimin still left. Because tomorrow was his father's birthday, and he still had a lot of things to prepare. Today, it was precisely because he was overly worried about Guanlong that he had come here. But now, with Zhang Feng's reassurance, Li Shimin's courage had been boosted. Through the curtain, looking at the busy people in the imperial city, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Wait. Next year. He would be able to travel around Chang'an and with Zhang Feng in the truest sense of the word. He might even be able to accompany Zhang Feng to the other side of the ocean. As long as Guanlong was eliminated, how far would it be? As long as the cooperatives, banks, and Hainan Airlines were opened, what did Li Shimin have to fear? At this time, the cooperation with Tubo had officially begun. Batch after batch of food swarmed in. Li Shimin also knew that on tomorrow's birthday, Shili's youngest son, the little Khan, would definitely use this as an excuse. But he had already made a trap, and it would firmly be on the neck of the Tujue. Food was fine. Lao Tzu didn't want money, but Lao Tzu wanted your cattle and sheep. When your cattle and sheep were gone, there would naturally be people who were hungry and desperate, and they would personally give their warhorses to the Tang dynasty in exchange for food. Because who would be afraid of the people on the back of the horse without a warhorse? This was the golden age of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin was very excited. He was so excited that his face was red. Even when he was in the imperial study, he didn't notice it. It wasn't until Zhang Xuan's call that he woke up. "Your Majesty, what happened to you?" Li Shimin took a deep breath, and after dismissing his servants, he excitedly pulled Zhang Xuan's hand and said, "Guanyin maid, do you believe in God?" Zhang Sun rolled her eyes at Li Shimin. "Didn't you say you didn't believe in God? What did you talk about with Zhang Feng and brother today? Look at how excited you are." "Ha ha ha. I suspect that brother Zhang Feng is either a god or the Ziwei star that Mr. Yuan mentioned. You can see the current situation, but guess what? Zhang Feng had actually thought of everything from the very beginning, just like how he dealt with Tubo. Including what Guanlong is thinking right now, we even suspect that brother Zhang Feng knows everything." Zhang Sun Wugo was stunned. However, he still sighed. Smelling the smell of alcohol on Li Shimin's body, he knew that the emperor must be drunk. Otherwise, how could he lose his composure and say such words? However, she still gently poured a cup of tea for Li Shimin and said, "I don't believe that brother Zhang Feng is a god. Why don't you tell me what brother Zhang Feng said?" This concubine is also a little curious about this person. Why are all of you so fascinated by a small name in the marketplace? Even Xian is crazy all day, talking about brother Zhang Feng, brother Zhang Feng. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin laughed and hugged Zhang Sun Wugo. Guanyin maid is angry. However, this brother Zhang Feng is indeed a great sage. Do you think that the Chang'an 8 rivers is to remove the blockade of Chang'an's trade route? Wrong. We also thought so before, but do you know something that was mentioned in the history books? There is a Silk Road on the land, but there is also a Silk Road on the water. It has been popular since the Qin and Han dynasties, but in our hands, we neglected such an important matter. Sigh. Li Shimin sighed. Then, he recounted everything that he said to Zhang Feng in detail. When he asked Zhang Sun Wugo, she was also shocked. "I didn't expect that he wanted to give the salt-making technique to the emperor after he became an official." At this point, Zhang Sun Wugo couldn't help but smile. This little slippery fellow is really astute. If he really didn't know second brother and came here so rashly, second brother might think that he was a demon and beheaded him. Li Shimin heard this and cut Zhang Sun Wugo's nose. He said, "Am I so unbearable in Guanyin maid's heart?" Hearing this, the two of them laughed out loud. Guanyin maid is wrong. We will really do as brother Zhang Feng said and take him to be sworn brothers. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin thought of several times when he was drunk and wanted to take Zhang Feng to be sworn brothers. Now that he thought about it, how ridiculous it was. How lonely. Moon pass. The person who was imprisoned by the moon. Li Shimin couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. This world was good. The heavens treated him well. He had a virtuous wife and mother like Guanyin by his side. The matters of the harem never hurt him in the slightest. Below him, he had Wei Zheng and the others to support him. At this time, he also met a true brother that no emperor had met before. How lucky was this? Seeing Li Shimin's strange expression, Zhang Sun Wugo also sighed. She snuggled tightly in Li Shimon's arms, as quiet as a cat. However, this silence didn't last long. A soft voice in return quickly separated the two of them. Reporting to the emperor, Prime Minister Wei and Zhangsun Wugo, Feng Xianling, and Du Ruhui have come to report on the preparations for the retired emperor's birthday. Li Shimon tidied up his clothes and waved his hand. Come in. Chapter 300. Dong. 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 As the bell rang 6 times. Over the imperial city, horns sounded one after another. Woo! As the horns sounded, the vermilion bird gate slowly opened. A red carpet spread from the imperial city to the main road of Chang'an city. On the main road, rows of tables were neatly arranged. As the gate of the imperial city opened, the firecrackers of Chang'an city, which had long been spread out, roared like thunder. The imperial edict is here. At this moment, a tower-like man in armor appeared at the gate of Vermilion Bird Gate when the firecrackers sounded. When these 3 words sounded, all the people in the city knelt on the ground. The man's eyes, which were as sharp as swords, slowly swept across the audience. After seeing everyone on their knees, he roared, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Today is the birthday of the retired emperor. The whole world is celebrating. I'll hold a banquet for all the people in the city to thank you for what you've done before. Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone choked on their words. 3 days ago, they got the notice from the government that the emperor would hold a banquet for all the people in Chang'an city on the birthday of the retired emperor. Everyone thought it was impossible. But today, they really saw what was possible. In just one night, thousands of imperial guards had laid out red carpets and tables in Chang'an. It was not until the imperial edict was announced that the people woke up from their dreams. It turned out that all of this was true. The emperor really wanted to hold a banquet for them. After thanking the emperor for the imperial edict, the strong man waved his hand. Start the banquet. Although Chang'an city was full of jubilation at this time. But in the imperial city, at this time, civil and military officials were kneeling outside Li Yuan's palace in fear and trepidation, waiting. The emperor, the empress, and the crown prince had been in there for 2 hours, but they hadn't come out until now. No one knew what had happened. In Li Yuan's palace, Li Yuan was leaning against a concubine's chest, watching the singing and dancing in the field, ignoring Li Shimon and his family, who were standing in the hall with their backs bowed. Little Gizi couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to step forward, but Li Shimon stopped him with a look. However, at this moment, in Chang'an city, the sound of firecrackers reverberated to the sky, making Li Yuan slightly frown. He waved his hand to stop the singing and dancing, and asked, "What's going on outside? Is it the Turks?" Replying to retired emperor, "Today is your birthday. The firecrackers outside are for your birthday celebration." "Oh? It's my birthday?" At this time, Li Yuan faintly shot a glance at Li Shimon. "No wonder Your Majesty only had time to come to Zhen's place today. It turns out that you wanted to put on an act for the world to see. Go back and tell them that I'm unwell this year and won't be able to celebrate my birthday." This, the old eunuch by Li Yuan's side, was instantly embarrassed. Looking at Li Shimon, he didn't know what to do. Li Shimon slightly shook his head, indicating the old eunuch to not act. He then took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, "Father Emperor. This child. You still know that Zhen is your father emperor?" Li Yuan didn't give him any face. With a wave of his sleeve, he didn't even look at Li Shimon. Li Shimon wanted to say something, but was pulled by Zhangsun Wugo, who said, "Father Emperor, don't be angry. I know that you don't feel well, but it's all in the past. Moreover, this daughter-in-law also knows that you can't bear to see the common people suffer. So in this short period of time, I also know that a lot of rumors have reached your ears, but please listen to this daughter-in-law." While speaking, Empress Zhangsun nodded at Li Shimon. She stepped forward and whispered in Li Yuan's ear, Li Yuan's expression changed from disdain at the beginning to surprise at the end, and then there was even some expectation. Li Shimin was stunned. Everyone was stunned. And right at this moment, Li Yuan was like a child, laughing out loud. Is what you said true? Zhang Sun Wugo nodded gently and elegantly. Father Emperor, why would this daughter-in-law lie to you about this kind of thing? Good, good, good. Li Yuan's excited eyes were burning. Someone come. Change Zhen's clothes. What are you still standing here for? If you miss the good time, Zhen won't forgive you. Ha ha ha, daughter-in-law is still the best. As Li Yuan laughed loudly, he hurriedly walked out. As he walked, he shouted, Daughter-in-law, is there really such good wine in this world? Really, second brother knows that you like to drink, so he prepared 20 jars for you. Moreover, he also prepared a table of delicacies that you've never eaten before for you alone. Really? Would this daughter-in-law lie to you? Li Shimin was stunned. This is also possible? But this is already not the time to care about this. He hurriedly followed Li Yuan's footsteps and stepped out of the palace gate. Once out of Li Yuan's palace, the hundreds of officials whose legs were numb from standing instantly saw Li Yuan rushing out of the palace in a hurry and with a face full of joy. All the ministers were stunned. They hurriedly knelt and said, Welcome, retired emperor. Chapter 301. Li Yuan's birthday was very grand. Li Shimin also put in some effort. First, it was to worship the ancestors. After worshipping the heavens, he was accompanied by all the officials and strolled around the imperial city gate. However, because of the matter of worshipping the heavens, Li Shimin did not go with him. Li Yuan was also unwilling to go with Li Shimin. Li Yuan simply brought a group of old officials he was familiar with and talked to the people at the imperial city gate. After seeing the extravagance that Li Shimin prepared for him, Li Yuan also gave a lot of face and did not smash Li Shimin's face. In the end, the officials, and Li Shimin and the others received the envoys of various countries in the Great Ming Palace. Li Yuan also learned from the reports of various departments that Li Shimin actually obtained the guidance of an expert and obtained a new type of salt-making technique. He also learned from Zhang Sun and Wu Go that Li Shimin actually opened up the Sea Silk Road and prepared to disintegrate the Guanlong group. Regarding this, Li Yuan also gave a lot of face and did not say anything. He glanced at Li Shimin and for the first time truly looked at Li Shimin. You are very good. We are relieved. Dealing with Guanlong and wanting to get rid of the Guanlong gentry was actually a sore point for Li Yuan. The reason why he could not bear to see Li Shimin was that the Tang dynasty's rivers and mountains were, after all, fought by himself. Although he and Li Shimin had a gap, that was all family matters. Compared to the Tang dynasty's rivers and mountains, it was not enough to be used as a basis. However, Li Yuan was very concerned about that eccentric person. However, Zhang Sun, Wu Go, and the others also knew the significance of Zhang Feng to the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they just made a careless mistake and passed by. Seeing that he could not get an answer, Li Yuan sighed and did not say anything else. However, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that the gap between Li Shimin and Li Yuan was actually eliminated on this matter. At the banquet, when Li Yuan looked at the table full of dishes that he had never seen before, as well as the civil and military officials, as well as the constantly twitching noses of the outsiders, Li Yuan could not help but be greatly pleased. What is this? This was face. Even the current emperor only ate the same dishes as the ministers, but what about his table? Although he didn't eat it. But just that alluring fragrance, as well as that color, made Li Yuan feel incomparably happy. At this time, Li Shimin personally poured a cup of wine for Li Yuan. At this time, it was also the first time that Li Yuan actually saw gray in Li Shimin's long hair. This scene involuntarily touched Li Yuan. Imperial Father, I propose a toast to Imperial Father. I wish Imperial Father a long life. Good, good, good. Li Yuan's eyes were a little moist. He lowered his head and tried hard not to let his tears flow out. He got up and drank a cup with Li Shimin. Just as Li Shimin expected. This wine was Zhang Feng's wine. Anyone who drank it for the first time would be infatuated with such a fine wine. This was the true meaning of fine wine. After Li Yuan raised his neck and poured it down, his face instantly became incomparably red. But he still raised his head, closed his eyes, and enjoyed that ball of fire in his mouth, slowly flowing into his stomach. Only then did he exhale and shout, "Good wine! My son, what wine is this?" He did not call Li Shimin by his nickname, nor did he call him Imperial Father. Instead, he called him my son. The Guanlong group that was prepared to watch a good show was shocked. All the officials present were aghast. The outsiders were shocked. Even Xieli's youngest son, that incomparably arrogant little Khan, also narrowed his eyes slightly at this time. They were all waiting to see Li Shimin make a fool of himself. As long as Li Shimin made a fool of himself, then they would be able to come up with a countermeasure at this time. But at this time, they were disappointed. And Wei Zheng and the rest also finally relaxed at this time. These were all arranged and handled according to the previous arrangements of Zhang Feng and his brother. Li Shimin did not know about these. Zhang Sun Wuji turned his head slightly, recording all the expressions of everyone in his mind. Only then did he nod to Wei Zheng. The plan succeeded. Naturally, the trouble between the Turks and Tubo was also resolved. And the matter of Guanlong also went bankrupt in this nickname. Li Shimin did not know. But Li Yuan was not stupid. He was facing the officials. What kind of expression the officials had, how could he not know? At this moment, he finally believed in Li Shimin's actions. Come, Qingxian, good daughter-in-law, come, Quan, Ku, Qing Ke, all of you come, let's toast a cup of wine together. Li Yuan finally resolved the estrangement between Li Shimin and himself. Zhang Sun Wugo and Li Shimin personally filled the cups of wine for Li Yuan and the princes. Then, they stood behind Li Yuan and faced the officials. Officials, I am very gratified today, I am very gratified. With you, the glory of the Tang dynasty is just around the corner. I am old, but I am not confused. I have seen everything you have done. I hope that in the future, you will assist the emperor well and take care of the Tang dynasty well. How about it? How could the officials dare to be rash? They hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. Even the foreigners got up and knelt on the ground at this time. We swear to die. Good. In the end, Li Yuan's tears still fell, but at this time, the tears were so happy. Good. Come, let's drink this cup. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty's happiness be as great as the East Sea and as long as the South Mountain. Chapter 302. Huitong Square. This was the place where the East and West markets connected. Today, everyone in the city came to eat a feast. It was the Emperor Emeritus's birthday and the Emperor invited the whole city. How could they not come? All the chefs in the city, as well as all the chefs in the hotels, personally prepared the food. This was something that no one could eat on a normal day. However, Zhang Feng was not among them. He didn't like him. He went to the yamen to check in, then lied about having a stomachache and ran away. Especially when he saw the pot of stewed dishes on the table, he lost all his appetite. Especially when he saw the clear river beside him that was still emitting a foul smell, and the stinky mud that was piled under the willow trees on both sides of the river, which was still black like mud and had maggots wriggling on it. Zhang Feng exploded. Wasn't this just eating in the outhouse? Who the hell could eat this? Fine. My dog house is still the most comfortable. However, as soon as Zhang Feng left, Ching Chumo, Zhang Sun, and Du Go rushed over. Along the way, it was very exciting. When everyone saw the appearance of these two gods of plague, there was only one reaction. That was to run. The three of them rushed over like the wind, as if there was no one around. Everyone along the way reacted and made way for them. Even the old elementary scholar had to step aside at the first moment. Although he had met these masters once before, he still felt guilty. However, the more afraid something was, the more it would happen. Chang'an stared with his big, coin-like eyes and scanned the crowd. When he didn't see Zhang Feng, he saw the old elementary scholar, Guzi, and the others. "Hey, old scholar, have you seen brother Zhang Feng?" He went back. I heard it was because of his stomach. Once they heard that he went back, the three of them hurried away without waiting for the old scholar to finish his words. Once again, it caused a commotion and caused a lot of discussion. "Old scholar, how did you get to know these fiends?" "Old scholar, you're awesome. These masters all know you. It seems that you can do whatever you want in the future." Ha ha ha. Sigh. It's over. They're looking for Feng Zi so fiercely. Could it be that Feng Zi offended them? It's over, it's over. Let's go back and take a look. If they do something to Feng Zi, we have to help. Yes. Let's go, Feng Zi treats us well. That poor child, if he offends these masters, he won't have a good life. There's no need to go. Elementary scholar Lai slowly sat down and waved his hand. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhu Zi's father, in particular, was holding a black stone that was bigger than his head in his hand. Hearing the old scholar's words, everyone was still bewildered. But when they thought about it, even if those gods of plague beat up Zhang Feng, there was nothing they could do. What could they do there? That was the same as waiting for death. And looking at the big tiger that was given to Zhang Feng last time, everyone was even more confused. Sigh. We don't understand the lives of young people. As they spoke, everyone sat down again. On the other side, Zhang Feng had just laid down on the recliner and was about to go meet the Lord of Zhou. But at this moment, a loud noise came from outside the door, causing him to sit up involuntarily. Bang! Feng Zi. We're here to eat the rich. Come out and receive the guests. What the F***? Lao Tzu's door. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Pay for Lao Tzu's door first. Zhang Feng went crazy. Looking at the door that was kicked to pieces by Chang'an, his eyes turned red. What the F***? Did he grow up eating stones? One kick. Lao Tzu's door. Zhang Feng's heart ached. His head hurt. His whole body hurt. That. I used a little too much force. But don't worry, I'll change it for you. I'll change it to a Phoebe Jinan door. Chang'an saw Zhang Feng's face as black as the bottom of a pot and knew that he was in trouble. But he was excited. Today, his father and the others knew that Zhang Feng was not used to the common goods on the street and was sure that he would come back to hide. So he asked the three of them to come and accompany Zhang Feng, lest the magistrate court came to settle the score with him. At this moment, the few of them were excited. They had wanted to look for Zhang Feng for a long time. Zhang Feng once said that heavy cavalry, light cavalry, and what was learning. How could the three of them resist? If it weren't for the recent major incident in Chang'an city and their father's order for everyone to help, they would have come long ago. Originally, Wei Shuyu wanted to come too. But today, he had to protect the emperor, so he could only tearfully ask the three of them to come and ask when they could learn that thing. Zhang Sun Chong was quite tactful. Seeing that Zhang Feng was still angry, he hurriedly took out a book from his chest and said with a sneaky smile, "Brother Feng, come, let me show you a good treasure. You'll know why Iron Bull is so excited. That animal has been holding back for a long time." Zhang Feng was suspicious. But seeing that even Du Dabing was looking at it from the corner of his eyes, he couldn't help but be interested. "What is it? Come on. Sit and watch. Brother, I guarantee that you'll like it when you see it, hee. Damn. Too wretched. This must be Zhang Feng smiled disdainfully. Just as he was about to say that he was a gentleman and not that kind of person, he flipped open the first page of the thread-bound red book without any cover. His eyeballs almost popped out. What the F***ck, this is? Jean Ping Mei? Chapter 303. Zhang Feng was shocked. Isn't this Jean Ping Mei? F***ck. This, Zhang Feng was a little stunned. Looking at the book in front of him, he felt like he was secretly reading a novel when he was in school. What shocked him the most was that this thing actually appeared in the hands of Chintinu and the other two. This was interesting. I say, brother Zhang Feng, what do you think of this thing? Is it a good thing? Chintinu looked at Zhang Feng with a sly smile and asked. Even Du Go had a strange expression at this time. Zhang Feng was a little angry. It was said that this thing did look interesting, but F***ck, why did you give it to me? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be angry. I say, Tinu, F***ck, where did you get this thing? Aren't you afraid that your father will break your legs? And today is the Emperor Emeritus's birthday, you actually, okay, stop talking. I'm asking you, what do you think of this thing? Chintinu didn't say anything, but Zhang Sun hooked his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and asked with a smile. Didn't I hear that you're going to get married? Aren't we brothers? So, we'll explain it to you now, so that when the time comes, you... Zhang Feng's face darkened. He glared and slapped away Zhang Sun's dog paw. F***ck off. What the F***ck are you talking about? Who said that Lao Tzu is going to get married? Why the F***ck do you have nothing better to do and ask about this thing? Lao Tzu knows more than you, okay? Seeing Zhang Feng anxious, Ching Chumo and Zhang Sun looked at Zhang Feng with a playful expression. Du Go couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward elegantly. He cupped his fist and said, Brother Zhang Feng. Both of them have encountered this situation before, but it's better to marry a few wives. After all, they have more experience. Besides, is this your first time? They have good intentions. Zhang Feng was puzzled. So you guys have nothing better to do, so you came here to laugh at me, right? But this was all done by the neighbors. I don't even know what the girl looks like. You say, this thing. What is this? And a bing. You're an honest man. Why are you so bad? Could it be that you're F***king faking it? Hearing this, Du Go's face immediately stiffened. Brother Zhang Feng, what are you talking about? I am someone who has read the books of the sages. How can I put on an act? Also, we heard from our fathers that you're going to get married. Did you know? When father found out that your wife was the only daughter of the shopkeeper of the Zhang family's Yixing bakery, do you remember how shocked we were? You don't know, but although that girl never goes out, there are rumors that she is as beautiful as a fairy. You don't know this, but I once accompanied my father to the imperial palace. That was a good fellow. Do you know that the concubines in the imperial palace, and even the princess, are not as beautiful as that girl? Zhang Feng couldn't help but be confused. He hurriedly asked, could it be that you've seen that girl? No. The three of them shook their heads in unison. However, Zhang Sun continued, although we haven't seen her, but someone from our residence had once bought some pastries from the Yixing bakery. I heard from the servants that once, a servant had coincidentally seen the beauty of the Zhang family's young lady. I heard that good fellow. Then, to be honest, if you really don't want to marry her, then tell brother. Brother will immediately go and propose marriage. What do you think? Zhang Xuan's expression instantly changed into one of eagerness. He even seemed a little impatient, as if he couldn't wait to capture that Zhang family's young lady. This made Zhang Feng a little mad and speechless. He hurriedly changed the topic. I remember that it was the retired emperor's doing today. Everyone has to eat properly. What's the matter with you guys? Why are you here? The three of them sighed in unison. Sigh. Isn't this all because of you, you brat? Chief Laoli knew that you would definitely be restless. You definitely wouldn't be able to eat such a meal, so he concluded that you would definitely come back. However, you should know that this is an official's treat. If anyone dares to secretly go back and not eat at this university, that would be looking down on the emperor. If you're caught by the officials, you'll definitely be punished. That's why Chief Laoli asked us to come and take a look. Oh, no, it's our father. He wanted us to come and take a look. If we really can't do it, then we'll just pretend to be careless. After all, we have people in the palace now, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. Fine. It seemed that he had thought too much. However, he was still a little scared. Just now, he had casually made up a lie and ran away. He didn't expect that there would be such a rule when it came to an official's treat. Whether Lao Tzu eats or not, it's none of your business. If he doesn't eat, he'll be punished. Defy the imperial edict? Zhang Feng was a little speechless, but he didn't think too much about it. He waved his hand and said, "All right. Since the three of you are here today, then let's drink until we're drunk. Lao Tzu has been very annoyed recently, so you three bastards, don't ever mention anything about blind dates to me. Otherwise, this little tavern won't be able to accommodate you in the future." Chapter 304. When Xing Chumo and the other two heard this, how would they dare to fart? Their happiness for the rest of their lives was in Zhang Feng's hands. Moreover, Zhang Feng had preached and taught them things before. They seriously suspected that Zhang Feng was fooling them. It had been so long, but he did not mention it. Although a lot of things had happened in Chang'an city during this period and they had to help deal with some things, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. They were more and more happy that Zhang Feng was fooling them. Otherwise, why did they feel that this grandson was just idling around in the pub and had no intention of teaching them? Coincidentally, they also took advantage of today's matter. Therefore, the three of them hurriedly rushed over to this place with gratitude. That was why the scene just now happened. When the Devil King went to war, not even a blade of grass would survive. Zhang Feng did not think too much about it. His head was hurting during this period. If anyone talked about this marriage, he would have a headache. Damn it, he would feel like he was going to be a bachelor. 20 years old, 20 years old, 20 years old, this damn it. When Zhang Feng thought of this, he felt an impulse to bang his head against the wall. Moreover, when he saw a person all day long, he felt that that person was talking about him. He was very depressed. When he met Laoli, he wanted to complain to him. However, this time, he was either egging him on to mess with the school or encouraging him to do this and that. It was not easy to persuade Laoli to leave. Good heavens, he waited for these fools to come. Unexpectedly, this group of old men was not reliable at all. When they came up, they said that if they could not talk to him, they should not jump out. Moreover, when they came in, they even broke the door with a kick. Damn it, Lao Tzu is not closing the door tonight. If I lose something, will you pay for it? Zhang Feng cursed in his heart as he walked into the kitchen and knocked on the wok with a clanking sound. However, he could not afford to offend them with his small body. A slap from them almost took his life. How could he dare to offend these old men? He looked at the big skewer of tiger meat hanging on the stove and then looked at the new smoked chickens. They carelessly cut off a pig's hind leg from the stove with a chopper, and put it in the pot. They brushed it fiercely, and then set up a fierce fire to cook it. In any case, this group of people were all rough men, eating meat and drinking wine was not a problem for them. Therefore, he didn't choose the meat carefully. Instead, he cooked it all in one pot, scooped it out, and chopped it into several large pieces. With pepper and other condiments in his mouth and a pot of chopped smoked meat in his hand, he slowly walked into the front hall and threw it on the table with a bang. Instantly, the natural fragrance of the smoked meat attracted the attention of the three people. Zhang Feng's food was simple and crude. Although it looked bad, it had a different kind of forthright feeling. Moreover, although it was simple cooking, whether it was the smell or the taste, it was better than pig food. Ever since the three of them had eaten Zhang Feng's food, they felt like vomiting when they tried their own food. It couldn't be helped. They were picky. At this time, they couldn't care about other things. Each of them picked up a piece of meat that was not much smaller than their heads and gnawed on it. While gnawing, the three of them even stepped on the stool with one foot. "Brother Zhang Feng, brother, where is the wine? Bring the wine, bring the good wine." After the three of them ate a few mouthfuls, they found that Zhang Feng was actually squatting there and gnawing on a pig's leg. He didn't have the consciousness to take the wine. This made the three of them unable to sit still. They wanted to take it themselves, but when they thought of the after effects after drinking the so-called alcohol last time, they were afraid. If they took that thing out again, it would kill them. Zhang Feng heard this and got up reluctantly. He went to the wine cabinet and deliberately knocked out 3 jars of strong liquor with a degree of 65 and threw them to the three of them. He then took out a jar of liquor from the bottom of the wine cabinet. It was only a dozen degrees of liquor, but the three of them were also thieves. After being forced to drink a few times, they suddenly learned to be smart. They saw Zhang Feng take 3 jars of liquor from the top and throw them to the three of them. Then, he took the wine from the bottom. Even Chang'an knew that this guy was definitely going to force them to drink. How could this be? The three of them were not fools. They were also good at drinking. Seeing this, the three of them laughed. "You don't want to take the wine, right? Fine, then I'll take it myself." Chang'an snatched the jug of wine from Zhang Chang's arms and slapped the mud seal off the jug. He gulped it down like water and threw it to Zhang Chang after gulping down a few mouthfuls. Only then did he let out a deep sigh. "Good wine. Ha ha ha, this is good wine. But isn't this a little too king bland?" Zhang Feng's eyes twitched when he heard that. He had a bad feeling about this. While Zhang Feng was dumbfounded, Chang'an took a jar of wine from the top of the wine cabinet and squatted in front of the dumbfounded Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's legs started to tremble. The wine on the top. Damn, that was liquor with more than 70 degrees. He was finally being pecked in the eyes by an eagle. He slapped his eyes and didn't want to look at Chang'an and the other two. He said painfully, "Brother, I've been heady recently. I can't drink this stuff. Are you trying to kill me?" Hearing this, Chang'an didn't know what Zhang Feng was going to do. He glared and straightened his back. He kicked Zhang Feng's stool and shouted, "Brother, we're brothers. We're brothers in life and death, aren't we? Just tell me whether you think highly of us or not. Although you're about the same age as us, you're a little older than us. You have the nerve to take the wine from the bottom? As an elder brother, you should have the consciousness of an elder brother. Come on, don't talk nonsense. Drink." What else could Zhang Feng say? He gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes and slapped the mud seal off. He shouted as if he was going up a mountain of knives, "Drink, who doesn't drink? Who's the grandson?" Chapter 305. Sometimes, when it came to alcohol, it was a good thing. Just like that. Zhang Feng, Chang'an, and the other two were drinking merrily as if nothing had happened. Chang'an and Zhang Chang were veterans at drinking. Today, they came prepared. They wanted to drink Zhang Feng until he was drunk. Revenge for last time. No matter how Dugo tried to persuade them, it was useless. After Dugo tried to persuade them a few times, he gave up. It was not that he did not want to persuade them, but he was drunk now. What was the most important thing? Zhang Chang whispered in Dugo's ear. "If you want to learn Zhang Feng's skills, then you have to drink. And you have to serve Zhang Feng well. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble this kid would cause. They were afraid. At this time, Zhang Feng drank half a jar of wine in one breath. He did not even know his surname. Brother, you are awesome. Lao Tzu, can't drink anymore. Burp. You guys drink. Brother, I'll lie down for a while. Lie down for a while. As Zhang Feng spoke, he wanted to get up. But before he could get up, he lay down on the table. Du Go, who could not wait any longer, hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang Feng, didn't you say last time that you wanted to teach me mathematics? This. You see, Zhang Feng was annoyed by Du Go. He waved his hand and said, What's the rush? Why the f*ck are you grumbling like a monk? Come. You want to learn mathematics, right? Come. Bring me paper. Du Go, Zhang Sunchong and the other two heard this and their eyes flashed with joy. They hurriedly took a pen and ink from the counter. Zhang Feng also dizzily dipped some ink. He bit the tip of the pen and thought for a while. Then, he wrote on the paper, 9 to divide, 1 to 1, 1 to 10, 2 to 5, 2 to 10, 3 to 31. 9 to 1, 9 to 10, 9 to 10. In front of Du Go and Zhang Sunchong's dumbfounded gazes, Zhang Feng spent almost an hour in a daze before he finally managed to figure out the division table. Halfway through, he drank a bowl of soup made with green oranges and eggs. Only then did he sober up a little. Otherwise, he would have fallen asleep long ago. And at this time, could Du Go let him sleep? He could not. Therefore, after he finished writing the division table, Zhang Feng ran to the backyard, grabbed his throat with his fingers, and forcefully spat out everything in his stomach. Only then did he feel slightly better, and most of his drunkenness sobered him up. But he was still a little scared. Damn it. Luckily, he had a deeper memory of this era. Moreover, ever since he confirmed with Lao Li that he wanted to set up this school, he had made preparations beforehand. Only then did he subconsciously write the division table. He picked up a bucket of water and poured it over his head. Instantly, his whole body trembled and he woke up from his drunkenness. Drenched in water, Zhang Feng leisurely walked into the hall while Du Go and the others stuck their butts out to study the division table. Seeing Zhang Feng come in, Du Go hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng and asked, Brother, this is mathematics? Yes. Let me tell you. It's not that Zhang Feng is bragging, but this thing, as long as you can memorize it and combine these numbers to make the correct division, when you reach 3 digits, you can instantly calculate it in your mind. Then, you can f*king graduate. So simple? Du Go was stunned. Mathematics, he had only seen it in some books, and there were only a few records. But this was the first time he saw such a complete division table. What was this? This thing, let's not talk about whether it could be as awesome as Zhang Feng said. Once this thing was announced, then Zhang Feng could become a great master in mathematics. He gave it to me just like that? Du Go doubted the authenticity of this thing. Not for other reasons, but because Zhang Feng was too f*king bragging. He seriously doubted whether this thing was as simple as it seemed. No. He was not drunk yet. He had to drink him until he was soaked. Otherwise, he would not be at ease with this thing. Come. Brother Zhang Feng. You are my, Du Dabing's, benefactor in this life. Come, little brother, let me toast you. Good. Seeing that he had finally led this bookworm, who was even more talkative than Tang Sanzang, astray, Zhang Feng was also happy. With a wave of his hand, he poured him a big bowl. And with the division table, if Du Go could really calculate the division within 3 digits in an instant, Zhang Feng dared to guarantee that Du Go would definitely become the most awesome existence in this era. Not for other reasons, but because all the accounts, as long as he went through them once, he could easily calculate the intricacies within. Wasn't this awesome? Even if his descendants were amazing mental arithmetic masters and mental arithmetic prodigies, without 7 to 8 years of practice, they would not be able to do this. Although Zhang Sun and Xing Chimo were not too interested in these things, seeing that Dugo had gotten what he wanted, they could not help but feel anxious again. Brother. Come, big brother will toast you too. Okay. Iron Bull. Big brother, I am not boasting with you. If you want to learn mathematics, then forget it. I still have something here. That thing, big brother, I did not intend to tell you. That is a life-saving measure when I enter the imperial court in the future. What? The three of them were dumbfounded. Physics department. That is something that surpasses mathematics. And it is something that encompasses all things in the world. Do you want to learn it or not? Learn. You don't want to teach your grandson. Ching Chimo's eyes were red. Damn it. He directly set a trap for Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng also lost his temper. He slammed the table and roared, "Good! Damn it, your grandson doesn't want to learn. Let's go, let's stop talking nonsense. Let's go find some fun." Zhang Sun was smart. He saw that Zhang Feng was almost done drinking, but he was still a little short of that realm. They still had a very important mission today. That was to bring his brother to the brothel. To break his chastity. And now was not the time to talk about this. No matter how awesome he made it sound, the other party would either be asleep or sober. In the end, everything he said would be for naught. He might as well pull him onto this pirate ship first. As long as he was on this ship, wouldn't Zhang Feng forget about home? When Xing Chimo heard this, how could he not understand the meaning behind it? He patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Let's go, let's go. Brother, I will bring you to a good place. A paradise on earth. Really? Zhang Feng's eyes were red, and he asked with a drunken stupor. Ching Chimo and Zhang Sun patted their chests loudly. Brother, would we lie to you? Let's go, let's go. Lead the way. Chapter 306. Dugo was hopeless. Now, he was completely immersed in the physics that Zhang Feng had mentioned. Although he was very curious about the physics, he only subconsciously thought that it was definitely the so-called martial arts of the boorish man. He despised those things from the bottom of his heart. He took the initiative to take the responsibility of guarding the door, so that they could go out freely. Hearing this, Zhang Sunchong and Xing Chimo raised their hands in agreement. They did not want to do such a joyous thing. Why would they put a fly on the side when they had nothing to do? Just like that. The two of them carried Zhang Feng and walked slowly out of the tavern. When they walked out of the tavern, they realized that the banquet outside had already ended. The sun had also moved from the top of their heads to the west. On the street, a group of bare-chested men were holding palm leaf fans or straw fans, swaying back and forth on the street. It seemed that they had eaten too much and were now digesting the food. However, at this moment, they saw Ching Chimo and Zhang Sunchong carrying Zhang Feng out of the tavern. They followed the gaze of the three of them and saw that the door of Zhang Feng's tavern had been broken into pieces and was still piled up at the door. Zhang Feng was quite popular. At this moment, when they saw this, everyone was shocked. Although they were afraid of the stubbornness of these two devils, Zhang Feng was being carried by them. They did not know if he was drunk or something, but now he was calling these two guys brothers? How could this be? Uncle, he could not help but pick up a stick. Although his legs were shaking, he still stood on the road and blocked Ching Chimo's path. Two masters. Did Feng offend the two of you in any way? If that's the case, I'll help him. Get out of here. Ching Chimo had a bad temper and was a stubborn child. At this moment, when he saw that a slave dared to block his path, he could not help but wave his hand in annoyance. They were waiting for Zhang Feng to treat them to a drink and also wanted to see the so-called physics knowledge. Who would not be annoyed when they were suddenly blocked? But this time, Uncle, he did not retreat. Although the cold sweat on his face had wet his chest, he still did not retreat. At this moment, the dog took out a stone from nowhere and threw it at Chang'an's big butt from behind. Chang'an grimaced. But before he could turn around, Zhu Zi also picked up a handful of stinky, maggot-infested black mud from the roadside and smashed it on Zhang Sun Chang's face. In an instant, these two guys were furious. Damn! Little bastard, you dare to hit me? Believe it or not, Grandpa will feed you. Beat him. Save Fengzi. At some point, the old scholar held a bamboo pole and hit Chang'an with it. Although Chang'an did not faint, at this moment, he saw stars. Men. Fengzi has been caught by the devil. Save Fengzi for me. The men in Guangzhou were so united. Even if Zhang Feng had only given them a little favor, when they saw that Zhang Feng was taken away by bad people, they could not sit still. Even if they knew that they might lose their lives, they would still try to save Zhang Feng from the tiger's mouth. As the crowd dodged their gazes, they rushed forward. Although the two of them were stubborn, it was only Chang's words. When it really came down to it, they didn't dare to make a move. What should they do? If they killed one of them with a punch, although the authorities would not do anything to them, the god of plague at home would skin them alive. Involuntarily, the two guys finally woke up and hurriedly shook Zhang Feng awake. Zhang Sun even pinched Zhang Feng's tongue with his finger, making Zhang Feng spit out the wine in his stomach. Only then did they get out of the predicament. Zhang Feng woke up shakily and saw that he was surrounded by so many familiar faces. He could not help but be stunned. Old scholar? Old he, Zhuzi's father? What are you doing? Fengzi, how did you offend these two gods of plague? Quick, don't be afraid. Even if I have to risk my life, I will save you. Quick, let Fengzi go. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will smash you to death. Stop. Although Zhang Feng still did not understand what happened here, he vaguely remembered some time. He hurriedly explained. Fellow villagers, you misunderstood. We're brothers. We're tired of drinking in the tavern, so we're going to find a better place to drink. Let's go. Let's all go. Today, I, Zhang Feng, will treat everyone. If anyone doesn't go, they'll be looking down on me, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng roared while swaying unsteadily. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Was there a *king mistake? However, the old scholar was still worried. After all, the shadow of a human and the bark of a tree. Neither of these two was good. At this time, Zhang Feng was obviously guilty. What could he do with Zhang Feng at this time? Fengzi, tell me honestly, what are you doing? Where are you going to drink? Old scholar, you, Chang'an gasped and said, what do you mean? Are you going to buy Fengzi? Didn't we hear that Fengzi was too embarrassed to agree to this marriage? As your brother, aren't we anxious too? You just want to take your brother to see it for himself so that he can agree to this marriage, right? What are you doing? Are you trying to kill him? Chapter 307. Everyone was dumbfounded. So that was the case? But how could they not know that a person who could be called the Devil King in Chang'an and be a good person? Fengzi was a god given to them by the heavens. Their child was still hoping to get a little bit of Zhang Feng's true teachings and bring glory to their ancestors. If these things led Fengzi astray, wouldn't that be terrible? No. If Fengzi doesn't agree, no one is allowed to take Fengzi away. The old elementary scholar was also going all out. He blocked everyone. Although no one said anything, they had already explained everything with their actions. They raised sticks and stones high one by one. Even Chang'an felt a headache coming on. Was it so difficult for Lao Tzu to bring his brothers to the brothel? **CK. Just as Chang'an was about to lose his temper, a bowl of hand-squeezed sour orange juice the size of a quail's egg was poured down Zhang Feng's throat. That sour feeling caused even the people present to feel a toothache. However, the effects were visible. After a few shivers, Zhang Feng finally woke up with a red face. He stared with bloodshot eyes and smacked his lips. In an instant, he vomited again. F***ck. Who the hell poisoned Lao Tzu? F***ck. What is this? It's the green orange juice that mother made, steamed Bun hid behind the others and said timidly. This time, Zhang Feng was even more jealous. But this thing was still useful. Zhang Feng finally woke up completely. He had to wake up. He seriously suspected that if he was forced to drink another bowl of this thing, he would definitely die. He waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. I'm going to drink with my brothers. There's no need to welcome me with sticks, right? Disperse. Disperse, all of you. Let's go to the tavern another day. Feng Zi will treat you to a drink." That's right. Feng Zi is going to discuss the opening of an academy with us this time. If you continue to be like this, do you want those academies? Academies? Everyone was shocked to hear this. Then, everyone was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone seemed to have understood something. So Feng Zi wanted to set up an academy for them? Sun Go, Zi and the others had already spread the news that Feng Zi wanted the old scholar to set up an academy. At this moment, when it came out from the mouths of these stubborn people, everyone finally exploded. How could they still dare to accept it? They hurriedly moved out of the way. But when the old scholar came to a sudden realization, he frowned. This lunatic, he still refused to let his old bones rest. However, an old elementary scholar was an old elementary scholar. How could he be dismissed with just a few words? Moreover, all of Zhang Feng's matters were basically handled in small taverns. Furthermore, in this world, where else could there be wine that could compare to his wine? He couldn't help but ask in a hurry, "Well, where are you going to drink? Also, what did you guys say you wanted him to see for himself?" He had a nagging feeling that something was wrong. Zhang Feng said in a low, muffled voice, "Well, I invited them to the brothel, to drink. It's just a simple drinking and dancing." As he spoke, he ran away with the other two. Only the dumbfounded crowd was left. To the brothel? What the hell? This, oh my god. Feng Zi is finally enlightened. After being stunned for a moment, the old scholar finally smacked his lips and looked at the backs of the three people, stroking his white beard and laughing out loud. And the tense atmosphere finally turned into a burst of laughter in this sentence. Ha ha ha. No wonder Feng Zi is so secretive. It turns out that he really wants to enlighten himself. Yes. Good. Good. This time, the marriage with the Zhang family is a success. Ha 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 ha. Old scholar, you found a good matchmaker. Let's go. Let's go to Feng Zi's tavern to drink. By the way, we'll help him look after the tavern and wait for him to come back. Ha ha ha. Chang'an was big. In fact, it was quite big. But in terms of small, it was also very small. And at this time, after Li Yuan's birthday banquet, when there were many people, it was as if he had grown wings. Although Zhang Feng said that he wanted to watch the singers sing, who would believe it? With stubbornness, how could he run away? Therefore, the matter of Zhang Feng going to drink wine with prostitutes became a popular topic for everyone to digest delicious food. Finally, Zhang Feng didn't want to be a monk anymore. He was finally enlightened. Among them, the most excited ones were none other than the old elementary scholar and the others. But when this matter was blown to Li Shimon's ears, Li Shimon was dumbfounded. Are you sure that Qing Chumo and Zhang Sun took Zhang Feng to drink wine with prostitutes? In the corner of the imperial garden, little Gizi called Li Shimon to the side and deliberately turned his back to Li Yuan. This matter was seen by my subordinates with their own eyes. So it should be true. Hearing this, Li Shimin. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. This is really the second happy thing today. Li Shimin smacked his lips, pointed at Xing Yaojin and the others, and said, "Wait, tell them and let them be happy." He actually went to the brothel too? Thinking about it, Li Shimin couldn't help laughing again, which made everyone a little confused. Chapter 308. Yen Lai Restaurant. This was the top brothel in Chang'an. It was also set up by the government. The singers, prostitutes, and some women here were all carefully selected. Of course, some of them were slaves bought from merchants or Turks and other neighboring countries. And the women selected from all the brothels in the Tang dynasty were all sent here. Some of them were even women who had committed serious crimes and were forcibly taken in by the government as prostitutes. This was the heaven of every brothel woman's dream, and also the nightmare of every woman. But even so, all the prostitutes of the Tang dynasty who had no one to rely on would fight to get in. Those who could enter and leave this place would spend at least in the Bai dynasty that night. And that was only the qualification to enter the brothel. If it was something else, then it was not a problem to spend up to 100 taels of silver in one night. At this time, the brothel business was very quiet. The servants, as well as the gorgeously dressed women who welcomed customers at the entrance of the street, were all listlessly touching their bellies and squatting in the shade to digest their food. They naturally went to the banquet just now. But at this time, loud laughter came from the corner of the street not far away. Although this was not normal, how many people would come here at this time? So it did not attract the attention of the crowd. But when Xing Chimo's voice fell into the ears of the brothel keeper was furious. She hurried out of the brothel and was instantly stunned. "You're all dead. The benefactor is here. As long as you're not dead, get up." She cursed everyone with vulgarities and shouted at the brothel keeper, "Girls, Master Chen and Master Sun are here. Get the hell out here." In an instant, the brothel was full of chatter. And the brothel keeper did not have time to wait. She waved her handkerchief, and a pair of squinted eyes and a smile like a chrysanthemum came to greet them. "Yo! This morning, I heard the cries of magpies outside the window. I thought it was something big. It turns out that Master Chen and Master Sun are here. Ha ha ha. Mom! Your big business is here." Zhang Sun Chong and Xing Chimo were obviously regulars here. He laughed heartily as he pulled out a banknote worth 10 taels from his bosom and stuffed it into the procuress's hand. In an instant, the madam who looked like a ghost laughed miserably. In any case, Zhang Feng vomited. He almost didn't want to go. However, with two mechanical arms holding him down, he did not even have the chance to break free. After seeing the banknotes, how could those women sit still? A vast expanse of them stuck to him. The two of them still had a conscience. He pointed at Zhang Feng and said, "Today, this is the main character. Madam, if you don't serve Lao Tzu well today, do you believe that I won't smash your brothel tonight?" Chapter 309. Guzheng. Especially an ancient Guzheng song. It was very particular. Zhang Feng didn't know much. After all, it was an elective class in university. He took the Guzheng course to show off. But before he could show off, he came here. At this moment, Zhang Feng was stunned when he heard this song. It was the song that made him famous by the school bell, 18 beats of the hujia. At this moment. Wasn't it similar to the time when he heard this Guzheng song in his memory? It was just that, things were still the same, but people were no longer the same. At this moment, everyone saw that Zhang Feng was so intoxicated by this song. Qing Chimo and Zhang Sun were naturally very proud. "Did you see that? My brother knows this song. Go and call Jingshu out. Who the hell is saying that none of Lao Tzu's brothers know this song? without waiting for Chang'an to finish showing off, Zhang Feng had already recited the meaning of this Guzheng song in his memory. The sky is boundless, the earth is boundless, the sorrow in my heart is also gone. Life is fleeting like a white steed, but I can't be happy when I'm in my prime. I want to complain to the heavens, the blue sky is not faded, I look up at the clouds in the sky. Who can pass on the 9 beats of nostalgia? Zhang Feng's voice wasn't loud, but every word was sonorous. In fact, his thoughts at this time were just quiet in the past. In his memory, that cold girl sat indifferently by the window on the 3rd floor, quietly playing this sad song. And because Zhang Feng wanted to show off, he climbed over the wall and ran to the lawn outside the female dormitory to play with the school bell. Although he didn't know if the school bell knew his name in the end, Zhang Feng had no regrets. Because at this moment, the sound of the guzheng reminded him of those brothers in his gradually blurred memory. It also made him remember his identity at this time. That was enough, and in the attic on the 3rd floor. The sound of the zither trembled slightly, as if she was very excited and hurried. However, she still did not make any move to go downstairs. Instead, she played even more hurriedly. The sound of the zither was sometimes like a storm, sometimes like a quiet snow lotus. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. He forgot that he was in a brothel. The procuress was dumbfounded. It was because she remembered that this song was the first test for every young talent to meet Jingshu. Zhang Feng was the only one who could cause such a huge disturbance in her zither strings. And he remembered one more thing. When the son of a high-ranking official wanted to marry her, Jingshu climbed onto the roof and stubbornly pressed a dagger against her heart. She also set a rule on that day. Whoever could make her play the 2nd song would have the right to step into her loft. She would marry anyone who could unravel her Chu-yi. But what about today? Could it be? This mysterious person who could be accompanied by the son of a duke, was he really Jingshu's destined one? The procuress was shocked. And at this moment, the more terrifying thing was yet to come. Because at this moment, not only did Zhang Feng solve the 1st song, but he also played the 2nd song according to Jingshu's song like a fool. The 3rd song. The 4th song. Finally, Chang'an could not take it anymore. He yawned, hugged the 2 women, and went to have fun alone. And at the 6th hour, those who could stand on the 1st floor had long disappeared. As for Swallow Descent Building, it had long been sealed off by a command medallion from Zhang Sunchong. It was better if fewer people knew about such a shocking thing. After Zhang Sun arranged everything, he hugged the 2 women and went up to the 2nd floor. Finally, the procuress, who was sitting on the stairs and dozing off, and the women who had no business today, all left. When the lanterns were lit, only Zhang Feng was left in the entire brothel hall. And at this moment, the song finally stopped. Unknowingly, a refreshing fragrance wafted over, and a woman in an ice blue dress slowly walked down the stairs. And at this moment, Zhang Feng slowly came back to his senses, but when he looked at the woman, he went completely crazy. You are Sun Xiaoman? How could there be such a coincidence? Wasn't she the school bell? Damn it. Crazy. Am I crazy? Or has the world gone crazy? Isn't this 2F** king crazy? Jingshu saw Zhang Feng so shocked, and a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she still went forward and bowed to Zhang Feng. This concubine's name is Jingshu. I am not the Sun Xiaoman that young master spoke of. Cold. The coldness in her words. Zhang Feng could not help but shudder. It was a person. This was definitely a person. Although he did not say a word to the school bell in his previous life, he had heard and seen the school bell speech and singing videos. At this moment, goodbye. But things were still the same, but people were different. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. He also bowed deeply. Miss Jingshu, I am Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang. I wonder if you would rather know the name of the song just now? Zhang Feng nodded. Yes. This is the 18 Beats of the Hujia, written by Kai Wenji. I wonder if I am right, Miss Jingshu? Yes. Jingshu's eyes were shining, as if she wanted to see through Zhang Feng. A moment later, when Zhang Feng felt uncomfortable all over, Jingshu said softly, "It is cold at night. May I invite you to the boudoir to talk in detail?" Chapter 310. The room was not big. There was only a flower bed, a tea set, and a table and chairs. The rest could be discussed. It looked so poor. It was simple and plain. After Jingshu invited Zhang Feng into the room, she boiled a small pot of tea. He made some tea foam and placed it on top of an oil lamp to burn it. Although it was inferior tea from the Tang dynasty, the way she boiled the tea was different because she was beautiful. The tea would definitely be fragrant and sweet. During this period, Zhang Feng watched Jingshu's every move. Jingshu was also carefully boiling the tea. Jingshu was very beautiful. Her long eyelashes covered her small but memorable eyes. Her eyes were so clear that no evil thoughts could be seen in them. What does Prince Zhang do for a living? I heard that there is no such person as Prince Zhang in Chang'an city. But I just learned that you are acquainted with Qingtiniu and the others? Jingshu asked very directly. Zhang Feng was a little confused. Why was she not following the script? Didn't she ask about the lyrics first? Could it be that she was really a transmigrator? Zhang Feng was excited at the thought of this. If he could really meet a transmigrator, and it was the school belle of his previous life, then it would be awesome. This world would not be so lonely. Zhang Feng thought for a while. He said, I was originally from Liang province. A few years ago, there was a mountain flood. I was learning from my master outside, so I avoided the disaster. After I finished my apprenticeship, there were many places I could go. I remember that there was a business in Chang'an, and that had been shelved for many years. So I came to Chang'an a few years ago and opened a small tavern. Although the business is not very good, it is very leisurely. Oh? Jingshu frowned slightly when she heard this. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive me. I don't know about your family matters. It's fine, it's fine. Zhang Feng waved his hand and asked, Miss Jingshu, where are you from? Why were they in this Swallow Descent restaurant? Looking at Miss Jingshu, she is not a prostitute. Why was she born in a prostitute? To tell you the truth, when Jingshu was 10 years old, she was sent here because her family used to be a high-ranking official of the previous dynasty. And because Jingshu used to learn zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting from the geisha here, she was blessed by the ancestors. Because of her talent and intelligence, this little girl was able to find a place to stay in this dusty place. Then, Jingshu told Zhang Feng everything that had happened to her, including her age. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little strange. Didn't the women of this era care a lot about their own information? Why did he ask about her family the moment he met her, and then report his birthday to a stranger? This isn't right. Was the Tang dynasty so liberal? Or was she testing him? Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, I wonder if Miss Jingshu has ever heard of a musical instrument called the piano? He was looking forward to Jingshu saying it out loud or nodding her head. But he was wrong. This woman was a woman from the Great Tang, a woman through and through. Although he was disappointed. But Zhang Feng didn't feel too much to spare. After all, transmigration wasn't just a visit. Then, he chatted with Jingshu for a while with a lack of interest and then took his leave. He really couldn't stand that kind of silence. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself. Goodbye, Jingshu. He went downstairs. But he met Dugo, who had a strange look in his eyes. Brother Zhang Feng, you went into Miss Jingshu's room? Yes. What's wrong? Zhang Feng asked. Dugo did not reply, instead sizing up Zhang Feng from head to toe, left to right, and asked, You've only been up there for less than 2 hours, and you've already come out? Didn't you do anything? I drank a bowl of tea. De Bing, are you drunk, or are you suffering from hysteria? Why are you talking so weirdly today? I'm weird? Du Go exploded. Do you know what it means to be able to enter Miss Jingshu's room? Do you know how many people in the Tang dynasty have designs on Miss Jingshu? Do you know? Without waiting for this angry lemon spirit to finish, Zhang Feng interrupted him and asked, "Can we talk properly? What ability does Miss Jingshu have?" You don't know? This time, it was Du Go's turn to be confused. Zhang Feng spread his hands honestly. Du Go almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He pulled Zhang Feng to sit on a stool on the first floor and said, "Brother, you're awesome. Do you know that Jingshu is the most important woman in the hearts of all the stubborn men in Chang'an city? All the stubborn men fought once for Jingshu, but in the end, for some reason, all of them signed a silent agreement. That is, only someone who can really use his own talent to break Jingshu's zither song is qualified to marry her." Zhang Feng was stunned. Are these King stubborn idiots? Isn't it just a song? What's so difficult about it? Difficult? Du Go really wanted to hammer Zhang Feng to death. He stared at Zhang Feng with bloodshot eyes and said, "Do you know that Miss Jingshu's song is the only copy? Rumor has it that it was passed down to her by an old palace maid after she accepted Jingshu as her disciple. Even if the princess wanted to learn, she wouldn't pass it down. How difficult do you think this song is?" Zhang Feng was speechless. On the other hand, Du Go's face was like a dog's. He said word by word, "Do you know that once someone breaks Jingshu's song, it means that Miss Jingshu is going to marry him? No matter who he is, no matter who he is, no matter how old he is." Pfft. Zhang Feng spat a mouthful of old blood on Du Go's face. What did you say? Chapter 311. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. What kind of *T logic was this? Wasn't it just the 18 beats of the hujia? Did she want to marry someone just to break this tune? What if the other party was an old man who was about 80 or 80 years old, with half his neck in the ground? Motherf *Ker, you still want to marry him? F*ck. What the F*ck? What kind of F*king rule was this? Not only that, Zhang Feng thought of a horrible thing. Was it the rule that Du Go had mentioned before, the one that all the stubborn people in Chang'an had to obey? Had he unintentionally broken it? Zhang Feng felt a little dizzy. He could not help but think of the real stubborn people in Chang'an city. Zhang Sun Chong, Qing Chumo, Wei Shuyu, and the freak Du Go. These four were the real leaders of the stubborn people in Chang'an city. Although these men usually did not show off, they controlled all the stubborn people in Chang'an city. What the F*ck? Why the F*ck did I come here for nothing? I'm really here to look for excitement. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng hurriedly asked, "Brother, is it too late for me to back out now?" "It's too late. Now that you think about it, I'm here." "What does that mean?" "All the stubborn people in Chang'an city know about this." Seeing that Zhang Feng wanted to run, Du Go said dejectedly, "Don't even think about running. Now that the door is closed, you can't get out of Chang'an. Tomorrow morning, if Tinyu and Zhang Sun Chong take action, you might still have a whole corpse. Chen Tinyu taking action, what good would it do?" Zhang Feng wanted to cry. Why the F*ck did I come here for nothing? Why did I come here for nothing? F*ck. They were all gods of plagues. He could not even hide from them, but now he had unintentionally offended these men. Qing Chumo, Zhang Sun Chong, and Wei Shuyu were all lustful men. If they knew about this, then Lao Tzu, no. De Bing. You're the only one who has nothing to do right now. Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. Du Go rolled his eyes and asked, "What is it?" "Hurry up and tell Lao Li about this." Tell him to look for Lord Chang'an immediately. Didn't he have dealings with the Lord Chang'an? We have to find someone to settle this matter. All right. That's easy, but what's the physics you're talking about? I want to see it for myself. Zhang Feng was about to agree. But when the words reached his mouth, he was stunned. Who would have thought that this guy would be so cunning? All right, you big pancake, you're trying to take advantage of the situation. Fine. Wasn't it just physics? Let me tell you. Go and do the experiment for me first. As long as you can complete this task for me, then what's wrong with Lao Tzu teaching you? What is it? Dugo was also trembling with excitement. After so much scheming, he finally managed to dig out 2 types of bows from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't waste any more words. He said, "Don't tell anyone else about this. Let me tell you. If you can make a 10-kilogram iron and 10 kilograms cotton throw down from 100 feet and make them fall to the ground at the same time, I'll pass it to you. But there's a requirement. On the cotton, other than the rope, you can't tie anything heavier than 1 kilogram. This was aerodynamics, which was also a kind of physics trick. If Dugo could really crack it, then it meant that he had a talent in physics. What's wrong with giving him some elementary school knowledge? After all, when the school was established, this grandson would be a ready-made free teacher. Sure enough. When Dugo heard this, he frowned deeply and started counting with his fingers. Zhang Feng patted him on the shoulder and said lightly, "Don't doubt the authenticity of this thing." Zhang Feng said, "Have you ever seen anyone bluffing? This is actually the most basic question in physics. If you can't even solve this, then I'm sorry, you don't deserve to be my, Zhang Feng's, disciple. Kid. This is the punishment for tricking Lao Tzu. You can slowly crack it." Zhang Feng looked outside the door. There were groups of patrolling soldiers. He didn't go back. He found an empty bedroom and fell asleep. But he didn't notice. Ever since he went downstairs, Jingshu had been watching his every move. How could she not know Dugo's real identity? This little devil was being toyed around by him. Moreover, who was this old Li that he was talking about? After hearing Dugo's alarmist words, he immediately thought of a countermeasure and not just exclaimed in shock. This was out of Jingshu's expectations. That Lao Li was Li Qingxian? Jingshu couldn't understand. But at this time, she simply leaned on the bed frame and slowly savored the physics that Zhang Feng was talking about. 10 kilograms of iron and 10 kilograms of cotton at the same time? Interesting, your future husband. What kind of person are you to this song? Then what is this so-called piano? When can you come and marry me? When can I wear the wedding dress? Involuntarily, Jingshu's face showed a touch of sadness again. The cold moonlight shone through the attic window and onto Jingshu. The reflection fell on the first floor, where Zhang Feng was standing just now. And Dugo, like a wooden statue, stood on the first floor of the brothel. But everything that happened here had already awakened Li Shimin, who had fallen asleep long ago. Chapter 312. After a busy day. Not only did he solve the estrangement between him and Father Emperor, but he also dealt with Tubo's matter. Today could be considered as a double blessing. Therefore, Li Shimin and Li Yuan had a heart-to-heart talk. After telling each other about their relationship as father and son, he was very happy. Happy, he and Empress Zhangsun went to bed. However, at 2:45 in the morning, the small yellow door hurriedly whispered something in the ear of the guard at the door. Then, the guard at the door of the bedroom hurriedly brought the small yellow door's report and passed it on to the small eunuch in charge of the inner palace. Only then did the small eunuch wake up Li Shimin, trembling with fear. "Your Majesty, just now, the spy outside the palace reported a secret letter. It's about Qingchumo and the others." Not a moment later, a word faintly sounded from the dragon bed that the small eunuch did not dare to raise his head. "Speak." Rumor has it that Qing Chumo and Zhang Sun brought a mysterious man into Yan Lai Lu. The mysterious man matched Miss Jingshu's zither music. Currently, he has already entered Miss Jingshu's boudoir. Oh. Ha 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 ha. This is another good thing that Jin heard today. That's right. Pass Jin's decree. Let Wei Shuyu send a message to all the stubborn people in Chang'an City. Whoever dares to have designs on Miss Jingshu, or whoever dares to inquire about the mysterious man, no matter who it is, kill. When the small eunuch heard this, his whole body trembled with disgust. He hurriedly pushed out in fear. However, at this moment, Li Shimin spoke again. Tell this good news to their father. The fun has just begun. Ha 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 ha. The small eunuch had already retreated. However, at this moment, Li Shimin was no longer sleepy. Empress Zhangsun asked suspiciously, Second brother, is that official prostitute your idea? Li Shimin thought for a moment, then held Zhang Suan's unsullied waist and said, We didn't think of anything before, but last time, when we found out that he actually rejected that marriage, we thought, what happened to brother Zhang Feng? Could it be that there is some hidden danger? Therefore, I was wondering if I could find him a concubine, even a servant girl would be fine. After all, brother Zhang Feng is alone and his life is poor. He doesn't even have someone to wash his clothes or cook his meals. I feel guilty in my heart. That's why I asked Wei Shuyu about it. I didn't expect that I would really get the answer. In Chang'an City, there really is such a strange woman. Thus, we decided to beat them at their own game. Zhang Suan's unsullied face looked at Li Shimin suspiciously, which made Li Shimin a little unnatural. Well, let's sleep. We are sleepy. However, Empress Zhangsun still didn't say a word. She just stared straight at Li Shimin. Second brother? After some time, Li Shimin was about to fall asleep. However, at this moment, Empress Zhangsun asked leisurely, I want to ask you something. Every time you go out of the palace in plain clothes, do you really go to find brother Zhang Feng? On the other side. When the hour was about to reach the hour of the morning, a team of Jinwu guards, holding the emperor's token and 3 small yellow flags on the backs of their horses, came out of the imperial city. After leaving the imperial city, the team immediately divided into 3 groups and then went in 3 directions to the mansions of Cheng Yao Jin, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Du Ruhui. Even if it was the great idiot Yuqi, he could only stare with wide eyes at that imperial order, at Wei Shuyu's haughty manner as she sped past his eyes. Cheng's mansion. Wei Shuyu came to Cheng's mansion in person. It was worthy of being the home of the army god. Although it was late at night, the 10 generals at the gate were still standing straight. If all the lights were blown out, strangers passing by would definitely be mistaken for stone or clay statues. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The moment the faint sound of horse hooves sounded. At the gate of Cheng's mansion, the 10 generals in armor also looked at the place where the sound of horse hooves came from. Their hands subconsciously grasped the hilts of their swords at their waists. This was instinct. This was the instinct of soldiers. And it was in the middle of the night. Those who could come here were either from the palace or enemies. Who are you? At this moment, a man with a body like an iron tower took a step forward. In an instant, the 10 servants formed a simple battle formation. The guards shouted angrily. His voice was like a thunderclap, and the sound of horse hooves that were rapidly approaching became a little chaotic. However, at this moment, in the sound of horse hooves in the distance, Wei Shuyu shouted anxiously, Uncle Ning, don't shoot. I'm Shuyu. I'm Wei Shuyu. Hearing this, the guards at the gate of Cheng's mansion breathed a deep sigh of relief. And at this moment, in the shadow of the gate of Cheng's mansion, a man also in armor jumped to the front of the crowd with a straw in his mouth. He was the Uncle Ning that Wei Shuyu mentioned. He was also the leader of the guards this time. His sword-like eyes looked at the people who were galloping from not far away. He shouted, It's the middle of the night. Why did you come out instead of staying in the palace? While speaking, Wei Shuyu and others also appeared at the gate of Cheng's mansion. She held up a token and said, "I'm here to find Uncle Cheng by the Emperor's order." Chapter 313. In the mansion. In the front yard. The night in the Qing manor wasn't quiet at all. The endless snoring sounds reverberated throughout the entire manor in a rhythmic manner, never once stopping. In the living room of the Qing mansion, Qing Yaojin put on a coat and yawned. He glanced at Wei Shuyu and asked, "Kid, what's the matter that requires you to come in the middle of the night?" "Uncle Cheng, is Chumo back?" Wei Shuyu asked cautiously. "Chumo? Didn't that kid go with Brother Zhang Feng? Maybe he's still drinking. Why, does the Emperor want to summon him?" No. It's like this." Uncle Cheng, seeing Wei Shuyu cowering, Qing Yaojin frowned and casually clenched his fists. In an instant, there was a crackling sound. "If you have something to say, then say it. If you don't have anything to say, then get lost." "Don't have anything to say, but..." "Uncle Cheng, let's say first, can you stop kicking my butt later?" Qing Yaojin frowned and was about to get up. Wei Shuyu hurriedly said, "Just now, a spy entered the palace and reported to the Emperor that Chumo and Zhang Sun took Brother Zhang Feng to Yan Lai Lu. I know about this." "What else?" "If you have anything to say, then say it. It's like this. Well, Brother Zhang Feng took down Miss Jingshu, and this matter has already spread, so, what? Brother Zhang Feng really took down Jingshu? Damn." Qing Yaojin did not think much of it before. The Emperor did not say anything when he accompanied Zhang Feng to Yan Lai Lu. What could he say? And this was a good thing. If he did not give him a break, this kid would hold it in all day. But, how did he take down Jingshu? So fast? And the matter had spread? At this moment, Qing Yaojin finally understood why the Emperor would send someone here at this time. The Emperor wanted him to clean up after the mess. At the thought of this, Qing Yaojin hastily waved his hand. "Men! Bring me my clothes." While they were talking, Qing Yaojin stood up and said, "You said that there is still Zhangsun Chong. Did anyone go to Zhangsun Mansion? And what's going on with Dugo? Wasn't he looking after the store? Was he the one who reported this?" "I don't know. But I heard from the grapevine that Zhang Feng gave Dugo some kind of mathematics syllabus. I reckon that it was because of this that the Emperor..." "All right, hurry up and inform those two old bastards. Let's see how they're going to save their son." While speaking, Qing Yaojin kicked Wei Shuyu's butt. Wei Shuyu was in so much pain that she ran away with a limp. As soon as Wei Shuyu left, Qing Yaojin shouted, "Old Ning! Master!" Instantly, the man who was carrying a heavy bow outside the door appeared in the living room. Qing Yaojin rubbed his chin and said, "It's not convenient for me to show my face in this matter. You immediately lead a few experts. You personally lead the team and surround Yan Lai restaurant for me." Other than those who come out, even a fly is blocked outside. Yes. At the same time, Zhang Sun Wuji and Du Ruhui also received this news. They could not help but be somewhat dumbfounded. This Zhang Feng brother was awesome. His first move was a fatal blow. He had not even done anything yet. How many hours had it been? And he had already taken down Jingshu? But they were also very clear about the stubborn disciples of Chang'an city. At this time, if they were to know about this, they would go crazy. If a large group of crazy people were to surround Yan Lai restaurant, it was impossible for Zhang Feng to be killed. After all, there was Qing Chumo and Zhang Sun. But they were worried about the two's identity being exposed. And the identity of Zhang Feng's brother. How sensitive was this time? At this time, if they were to be noticed by the Guanlong group, then the consequences would be big trouble. Go. Immediately get the servants in the residence to inform them. Qing Yaojin's men should be arriving at Yen Lai restaurant soon. Our men can prepare everything. We only need to wait until tomorrow morning to warn those stubborn people. If anyone dares to cause trouble, Zhang Sun Wuji will invite him to the Ministry of Justice's prison for tea. Zhang Sun Wuji's residence. After Zhang Sun Wuji finished giving his orders, how could he still be in the mood to sleep? The author's chin moved around in the living room. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Men, prepare a sedan. We will go to Qing residence immediately." "Old master, it's almost 5:00 now," Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. That person hurriedly accepted the order and left. What did it mean for the emperor to let the Jinwu guards pass this matter to him in the middle of the night? It was enough to show that the emperor wanted them to clean up his mess. When Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly left the residence, there was also a sedan at the entrance of the Du residence. Under the escort of a group of guards, it hurried towards Qing Yaojin's residence in the night. Although the outside was bustling with noise, Zhang Feng was sleeping very soundly in Yen Lai restaurant. He was even muttering a name in his sleep. On the other hand, Jing Shu couldn't sleep in the attic. She could already hear the rustling sounds outside the window, as well as the faint sounds of weapons clashing. She knew that as long as the sun rose, she would be able to get married. But the premise was, could Prince Zhang really stop those crazy scholars? Chapter 314. Early morning. The sky was not yet bright. But Zhang Feng was already woken up by someone. "Brother? Brother Zhang Feng, wake up. Fengzi, wake up soon. What's the matter? What time is it? Let me sleep again, sleep." Zhang Feng turned over and fell into a deep sleep once again. But Du Go was anxious. Early in the morning, he was awoken by the need to pee. He hurriedly went out and met a group of guards who were squatting outside the door. Although they were wearing ordinary guards' attire, he knew them. Moreover, they were not unfamiliar with the guards of the Qing residence. There was no need to think. Du Go only needed to think to know that this matter had already been spread to the palace. Otherwise, why would the guards of the Qing residence be here to guard the door for them? Hence, Du Go was anxious. He shook the pimp in charge awake and asked for the room of Zhang Sun and Qing Chimo. He kicked each of them and added the words, "Your father is here." Instantly, the two huge fists stopped right in front of his face. Previously, the two of them did not believe it. Following the dawn of the day, they quietly leaned against the window to take a look. Qing Chimo's hair stood on end. These people were his father's old soldiers. They had never been careless in beating him up. If they were to be caught by these few masters in the morning, even if they did not die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. "What should we do?" "Worm, we can't run away now. My Uncle Ning is a divine archer. Nothing can escape his eyes and ears. By the way, De Bing, what happened at the end last night? I remember that brother Zhang Feng was reciting poems with that Jing Shu." "Finally, right, when did you come?" Du Go's face twisted when he heard this. "Tainyo, do you know that the two of you are in trouble? Last night, the two of you went to have fun. Do you know that brother Zhang Feng took down Miss Jing Shu?" "Ha! Took her down? Damn, so awesome. He really took her down." Qing Chimo and Zhang Sun Chong ignored Hu Ji, who was trembling with fear on the side, and asked, "Awesome. He really is my brother. Ha ha ha. Awesome?" Du Go was so angry that his nose became crooked. "Do you know what trouble you've caused? Who didn't you provoke? Why did you have to let brother Zhang Feng poke the hornet's nest? I reckon that when the sun rises, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. You guys are in trouble this time. Even His Majesty knows about this." "What? Emperor?" Qing Chimo and Zhang Sun Chong were stunned. "Wait. That's not right, big flat cake. You heard it yesterday too. What they said was for us to play with brother Zhang Feng, right? But you also know, which part of Chang'an city is the easiest to fool around with? It had to be this Swallow Descent Tower. Besides, you also knew about this, but you didn't say anything at that time. Get the F***ck up, Lao Tzu, you're going to be beheaded. Just as Jing Shu was frowning uneasily and was about to come up to take a look at Zhang Feng, whose face was red from the slap, Zhang Feng stretched lazily and finally woke up. When he saw the room full of people, he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at everyone with a confused expression and asked, I say, brothers, and that, Miss Jing Shu, you all, didn't sleep the whole night? Sleep what? Do you think everyone is as lucky as you? Cheng Chimo was speechless as he pulled Zhang Feng and ran away. Go, go, go. Something happened. Let's run away before it happens. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. I just took a nap and didn't do anything, and now I'm being checked on. Tinu, what's wrong with you? Can you at least tell me what's going on? Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Tinu, puzzled. Oh. Brother, you had a good sleep last night, but did you know that you stirred up a hornet's nest last night? Pooey. You're in big trouble. Yes. You're in big trouble. Cheng Chimo was about to say that he stirred up a hornet's nest, but when he saw Jingshu's cold gaze, he couldn't help but change his words. Zhang Feng was even more confused. He looked at Du Go and asked, De Bing, why don't you say it? Although you're very long-winded, I want to hear you talk now. This King Chintinu wasn't long-winded, but he couldn't even speak clearly. He was always in a hurry. What could he do? When Du Go heard this, he sighed and cupped his fists at Jingshu. He told Zhang Feng everything that had happened, but he neglected the main point, which was the chain reaction caused by their identities and the fact that the emperor knew about it. Zhang Feng sniffed. He looked at Jingshu, whose expression was slightly unnatural, and asked in a trembling voice, Is what they said true? It's all true, but it's too late now. If it's another 15 minutes, I can guarantee that those officials and nobles who covet Jingshu will rush up before those stubborn people arrive. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Chen Tinu. Lao Tzu has no enmity with you. Why do you have to trick me like this? Chapter 316. Zhang Feng wanted to cry. As long as King explain it clearly to me, Now, he had to do it. CKU. Zhang Feng's heart was filled with grief. But from Jingshu's point of view, it was a different expression. Young master, do you think that I am not worthy of you? Do you also think that I came from a brothel? No, this is a little too fast. My head is still dizzy. Miss, please don't misunderstand. After I have calmed down, I will personally visit you to explain today's matter. It was not that Zhang Feng did not like Jingshu. She was a flower of Chang'an city. CK, even if he married her as a concubine, how awesome would that be? Just thinking about it made him excited. But it was still too early. At the very least, he had to wait until he was an official and had a life-saving ability. Or perhaps some damned system would activate a life-saving ability. At that time, not to mention one, even if you gave him 100, he would still dare to marry her. Moreover, they had just met and they had already decided. Zhang Feng was a little confused. But now was not the time to ask about these things. Zhang Feng took the opportunity to look at the people surrounding Yan Lai Lu from the window. He could not help but feel a little flustered. Go, let's go now. If we are King caught, none of us will survive today. How about this, Miss Jing Shu, is there anything of the sort here? If there is, Please lead the way. When the time comes, Zhang Feng, I will definitely give you an explanation. Escaping was more important now. Moreover, from what Zhang Feng knew from the movies and dramas of the future, brothels were places with the most secret passages. But he was disappointed. Under the gaze of Qing Chumo and the rest, he saw Jingshu shaking her head speechlessly. I have prepared a ladder for you in the backyard. If possible, you can follow the jujube tree in the backyard and reach the dye shop next door. I don't know what will happen after that. Good, good, good. Thank you, Miss Jingshu. Zhang Feng cupped his fists and urged Qing Chumo and the other two to go downstairs. He was anxious. If he was caught by Qing Chumo, Zhang Sun, and Wei Shuyu, then this day next year would be Zhang Feng's death anniversary. How could he not be anxious? Seeing this, Qing Chumo and Zhang Sun immediately scampered off. After Du Go left, he returned and respectfully bowed like a Confucian scholar and said, Many thanks to miss this time. Many thanks for this time, but I have a question. Please ask, young Master Du. I've long heard that young Master Du is well read. It's my honor to meet you today. Jingshu is truly fortunate. Du Go did not beat around the bush and asked, Last night, Brother Zhang Feng and you, are you sure nothing happened? Prince Zhang is an upright person and did not do anything to Jingshu. In an instant, all the guards of the Qing mansion drew their mo swords from their waists. If anyone dares to take another step forward, this general will kill without mercy. Everyone was shocked. These ambiguous words made everyone even more excited to the point that their eyes turned red. Those scholars relied on the fact that they were Confucian scholars and crazily squeezed forward. Ta ta ta. And at this moment, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard. Everyone was shocked to see a troop of Ministry of Justice soldiers hurrying over. Everyone was terrified. Qing Mansion. Zhang Xuan's Ministry of Justice had sent people over. What had happened to Swallow Descent Tower? Could it be that something had really happened? Under everyone's shocked gazes, one of the generals of Zhang Xuan's mansion whispered something into Old Ning's ear. Old Ning looked at that person in astonishment. That person nodded his head firmly. Under everyone's baffled gazes, Old Ning waved his hand. Retreat. He didn't say anything. He didn't explain anything. He hurriedly left under everyone's bewilderment. What's going on? Is he having a stroke? He blocked Swallow Descent Tower's door and then left inexplicably. There's something fishy. Go go go. Let's go in and see how Miss Bai An is doing. Let's go. Why would anyone care about such an inexplicable action? It was better to see what had happened to Miss Wanru first. After all the officials, merchants, and young talents had rushed into Swallow Descent Tower's main hall, the procuress could be considered a tactful person. She placed her hands on her waist and blocked the staircase leading to Wanru's loft. What are you doing? What are you doing? You want to rebel. This is Swallow Descent Tower, the place of the imperial family. If you want to do anything, think twice. The procuress's words instantly extinguished the flames in everyone's hearts. Madam, did we find out last night that someone had humiliated Miss Wanru's virginity? Let's see who is so daring to do such a thing in front of the emperor. The procuress's eyes revealed a trace of undisguised disdain. Looking at everyone, she pointed at them and said, Just you? You think you're worthy? You think you've drunk a few drops of ink? Do you really think you're a dish? Wanru's rules, the rules of our store, are recognized by the imperial family. Do you want to see Wanru? Sure, follow the rules first. Don't King think that because you're rich and you're officials, I can't do anything to you. Remember, I'm working for His Majesty. This, the procuress's words instantly caused everyone's faces to turn red. However, everyone stubbornly refused to leave. It was as if they wouldn't leave if Wanru didn't appear. This made the procuress somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Chase them away, I don't dare. Don't chase them away, it's annoying. And at this moment, Wanru gently pushed open the screen on the third floor's loft. Her indifferent voice instantly shattered everyone's hearts. Thank you for your company and love all these years. This little girl thanks everyone here. Just last night, Wanru's vow came true. A young master, an unmarried young master, broke Wanru's zither music. Therefore, Wanru will marry him in a few days. I'll have to trouble everyone to not disgrace this concubine's reputation. Chapter 318. When Feng Luo's voice died down, everyone could hear the shattering sound in their hearts. Everyone was stunned. They could only imagine that they would have a lucky encounter in their dreams one day to solve Miss Feng Luo's song. But, why was it last night? Why was it last night? Who saw it? Who could prove it? Everyone wanted to find that bastard, but they did not dare to make a scene here. This was a place set up by the imperial family. If they dared to make a scene here, they would have to think twice. After all, the Ministry of Justice and the Qing mansion had already met them. That meant that the higher-ups already knew about this. But it was also because of this that everyone felt even worse. Who the hell is it? Oh. Let's go. Let's go to the Qing mansion. Today, this old man must find out who it is that has such talent to be able to comprehend this unique zither song. Let's go. Everyone, let's go. Damn it, if the Qing mansion does not give us an answer, old man will definitely join Qing Yaojin in the morning court tomorrow. The farce here finally came to an end. However, this matter became more and more ferocious. They were happy to see how famous Miss Feng Luo had become. She could make all the men go crazy with just one song. As for the officials in Chang'an who knew anything about this matter, they all retracted their necks. What was the matter? If Qing Yaojin dared to make a scene like this, he would have been imprisoned by the emperor. But he dared. After that, the people from the Ministry of Justice came and left without saying anything. This already explained a lot. If they still didn't understand this, they were either blinded by lard or brainless. A person who thinks about beauties all day long, if he dies, he will die in vain. At this moment, Qing Chumo and the other three returned to the tavern, trembling with fear. The four of them bid farewell to old He, who had fixed the door and looked after the tavern. Then, they looked at each other in confusion. I say, brothers, do you have something to tell us? Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and asked. Well, Feng Zi, about this matter, well, I'll go back first today. Qing Chumo averted his gaze and was about to slip away, but Zhang Feng's cold words made him immediately sit back down. Sure. You can go now. I won't even let you stay. But once you walk out of here today, you will no longer be Zhang Feng's brother. About that. Brother, I just want you to get to know those stubborn bastards. And this beautiful girl is the inviolable thing in the hearts of all stubborn men. I thought you knew about this beautiful girl. So, I wanted to let you see the most beautiful woman in Chang'an City. But you're so awesome. The moment you saw her, you brought back the most perfect woman in everyone's eyes. Shut up. Zhang Feng rubbed his temples and his face turned gloomy. This matter had caused a disaster, but it was too late to think about it now. Bug, you think of me, Zhang Feng, as your brother? Zhang Feng asked while pulling his hair. Yes. That, well then. Then you tell me honestly, what is the deal with this girl before this agreement? Are you just a song? What's the big deal? Isn't it just a, Hujia 18 beats? Isn't it just, Zhang Sun and the other three were speechless. Finally, Du Go sighed and said, Brother Zhang Feng, you might have really misunderstood Tai Nyo. Although he's simple and honest, he's not a bad person. Which man in Chang'an city doesn't know the name of Miss Wanwan? We did something wrong in this matter before, but we didn't know that you didn't know about it. That's why this happened. But don't worry, we're here. Even if it doesn't work, we still have our father. Don't worry. We'll settle this matter for you. I'm not talking about this, Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. I just want to know why you didn't tell me when you knew about the rule. I know you guys are awesome, but do you know that the real awesome stubborn people in Chang'an city are not you guys? Those are the real 4 great demon kings. You guys know Chingchumo, right? There's also Zhang Sun, Wei Shuyu, and that stupid Yuchi, not to mention Dugo, who's feared by everyone. Now you guys know why I'm so worried, right? You guys are going to poke a hole in the sky. Zhang Feng's concern made the 3 people present somewhat dumbfounded. So this was what Brother Zhang Feng was worried about after all this time. Brother. If you're worried about this, then I'm going to laugh at you. Dugo patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with a strange look in his eyes. Brother, you probably don't know why Tai Niu and the others are called the 4 great demon kings. I can only tell you that Zhang Sun, Chingchumo, and Wei Shuyu have to call them little brothers in front of them. Of course. Dugo confidently opened his fan and confidently said, they all have to listen to me. Even though I don't know the past and present, at the very least, I can ensure that they are safe and sound every time. Zhang Sun and Chingchumo looked at Dugo and could not help but twitch their mouths. We didn't treat you as a dish, but you really think that a roasted sweet potato is good enough? You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.